As you come out of that corner, you go through a little wiggle up into Fulton Hogan turn 6. Lovely corner, Fulton Hogan turn 6. Another great passing opportunity. Watch for the dive up the inside. Another good passing opportunity through turn 9, turn 10. Fulton Hogan S's as we lead into the double left hand into the dipper. If you get a good drive out of the right hand of the entry, turn 9, the entry into the Fulton Hogan S's, you can actually duck up the inside into turn 10. It's a brave move. You've got to carry lots of speed. There's not a lot of room to make the pass, so you've got to be 100% committed to make that pass into turn 10. But it is an excellent place for the last lap park and block. Couple more bikes just rolling out for the have a go. Trainer in the front, leading out his trainee, his or her trainee, sorry. Now it is important to remember that when you join the circuit coming down the pit road, you should join at speed so that you're matching the speed of the bikes coming down the straights as best you can. That's the end of this training session, ladies and gentlemen. As the bikes come around, they will see the checkered flag up on the start-finish line. They will form up around by Euromark hairpin and make their way back to the pits. At which point we will release Formula 3 Pro Twins and Super Twin for their first race of the day. Shout out to our photographer, Mel Smith. Does fantastic photography for the club here. If you want a copy of any of the photos she takes, Mel J. Smythe Photography. You can look her up on Facebook. Absolutely beautiful shots. So shout out to Harriet Grace, entered in the Formula 3 class. Harriet sponsored by Helicraft Racing, Joe's Garage Bartercard, Night and Day, with her personal sponsors Ethos Homes and Casbolt's Motorcycles. Harriet Grace, bike number 24. Yamaha R3. Dennis Charlotte. Dennis will be out there riding a Yamaha R7 in Pro Twins. So Dennis's sponsors Motor Mechanics, Lock and Code, Race Suppliers, and Optima Accountants. Dennis has been racing for 41 years, and his highlights these days are assisting junior riders and training them. His biggest thrill is when he's trained a junior rider who can finally beat him. It's an amazing thing, and big credit to you. Well done, Dennis Charlotte. Sam Eagle racing on a, I'd say he'll be out on his SV650. Sam from Hokitika, he's been racing for 1 year, and he's got a plethora of bikes. He's got an SV650, an FXR 150, Formula 3 bike, and a bucket. So good on you, Sam, for making the effort and coming all the way from Hokitika. Peter Fish riding a Yamaha R3. He's riding in both Supersport 300 and Formula 3. Got Cameron James Cunn. I'm sure that there's more to his last name than Cunn, but that's been cut off by the system here. Riding Formula 3 on a Ninja 300. Sponsored by Melrose Wheelchairs, Ventec, Autobend and Pierce Motorcycles. Lance Double. Lance is racing Formula 3 and pre-95 Formula 3. Lance is from Rolleston. He's open to sponsors open to offers for sponsorship, but he would like to thank his lovely wife for the assistance that she gives him every time in the pits. Paul Robson out there riding in Formula 3 from Oxford, supported by Lay Civil, and it's Paul's second year of racing. And Lucas Scott as well. Lucas on an R3. He's from Christchurch, and his sponsors are me, myself, and I. Good on you for breaking out the bank account there, Lucas, and assisting yourself. So as well as that, we have Will Furness. Will Furness on a KTM 390, although he may be on his Aprilia 660. I would say the 660 for the Pro Twin or Super Twin class would be Will's go on this one. Let's see what he's out on. Yep, there he is out there on bike on the red and black Aprilia 660. So Will Furness, Nelson Motorcycles, the KTM dealer for Nelson. Kane Squire heading out on bike number 43. Bike number 68, Chris Huddlestone. Chris has been in the paddock for a long time. Chris is a noted racer in the Formula 3 class, having competed predominantly in that class through his entire racing career. Going back to the days of ZXR 400s and XR 400s back in the early 90s. Would have been when Chris Huddlestone started his racing. Started with guys like Neil Freeman, Chris Huddlestone, Cameron Horgan, RIP. Cameron's former 125 New Zealand champion. good friend of mine sadly passed away several years ago. And what a field we have out there today, ladies and gentlemen. Large group of riders out there forming up on the grid. We have 40 riders forming up today. It's fantastic to see such a big number. So while all these bikes are running in the Formula 3 class, there is several classes to be contested. There's Formula 3, there's Pro Twin and there's Super Twin. All will be running on the track together. And it depends what class they've entered as to what class they will be getting points for. However, I will only be calling out overall positions today. So in pole position we have Dennis Charlotte. Oh, no, Dennis forming up in position 3. Right, Dennis Charlotte onto pole position. Ben Rosendahl, position 3. Luke Ryder will form up in position 2. So, Dennis Charlotte, Luke Ryder. Ben Rosendahl, Will Furness, Kane Squire, Chris Huddlestone, Hunter Charlotte and Cleegshorn. Sorry if I've pronounced your name wrong, Cleve. Oh, a couple of spots on the grid there. Positions 7 and 8 have not arrived on the grid. So I'm not sure what's happened to them. Maybe a problem during practice, I would suggest. So that's Hunter Charlotte and Cleeghorn. So here we are, lining up, ready to go. Seconds away from a start, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Lights are on, ready to go. And off we go, and a good start from Dennis Charlotte. A bit of a wheel stand there from second position. Luke Ryder. So it will be Dennis Charlotte leads them off. But it looks like Ben Rosendahl making a pass from position 3 round the outside into the lead. So as we come around past the timing markers, we'll be able to pick up who the lead riders are. Well, a bit of a pass round there into the dipper, an attempt anyway. So in the front it looks like Luke Ryder followed by Dennis Charlotte. We'll see as they come across the line. So it is Luke Ryder followed by Dennis Charlotte, Will Furness, Kane Squire. look at Dennis Charlotte around through Link Kink, absolutely flying. And a good pass up the inside, a nice block pass into Euromark hairpin. And that puts Dennis out into the front now. Can Luke make a dive pass into turn 6 Fulton Hogan? He's not going to make it. Looks like Dennis has put his head down and trying to break the field as they come through a turn previously called Nana's. I like to call it Nana's. It was nicknamed Nana's after the old lady who used to sit down there for over a decade when the circuit first opened. That was her favourite flagging position, so Nana's is what we call it. It's a bit of a dice forming for 4th, 5th and 6th place there, and looks like Will Furness has got a problem. He's got his hand up as he comes into Euromark corner. And what have we got here? We've got a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. We have a red flag. Red flag for a bike down in the hairpin by the looks of things. So the bike is in a dangerous position on the track. The rider is up and okay. But the bike is in a dangerous position in the track and it is unsafe for the marshals to clear it. I can see the rider up over by the pit wall over there, so he's fine. He's walking back towards the bike now that the red flag's come out. And the marshals are heading over to assist. So with a couple of laps into it, perhaps we'll get a restart. And the Ambos are just heading out to check on the down rider, make sure he's fully okay. I'd suggest he's fine. He's up and walking back towards the bike. But always good to get them checked. Remember, safety first here at Motorcycling Canterbury Incorporated. Whilst we love our racing, we love our riders, and we like to make sure that they are all safe and cared for. They have the pickup crew straight over there to assist, and they'll have the riders picked up and the rider picked up and bike ready to go. Thank you to the pickup crew. Do a fantastic job. We sincerely hope that we don't have to see them out on the track very often. We love it when our pickup crews and our Ambos don't have anything to do all day. But of course, motorcycle racing, it is a factor. Everyone's pushing on hard, so we do see the occasional get off. So I'd like to thank the circuit sponsors today. Of course, we have Euromark sponsoring the Motorsport Park, Euromark Motorsport Park, the major sponsor for this complex. Thank you very much to Euromark. As we roll down the circuit, we have turn 1 unsponsored, turn 2 Abbott's Corner, leads into the Waste Coast Straight, which follows into Link Kink, Link ECUs. Down to turn 4, the Euromark hairpin. Turn 5 unsponsored, turn 6 Fulton Hogan Corner. Turn 7 unsponsored, turn 8 Nana's. Of course, we all love Nana. Turn 9 and 10, Parks Towing S's, and then we roll into the Dipper, which is unsponsored because it is unused by the car club. We come out of the Dipper, up the hill, crest the rise, into a little kink, then into CMG Motorcycle Sweeper and back down the main straight, and that is a full lap of Euromark Motorsport Park. Thank you to the sponsors. Please remember, of course, to support the sponsors of the venue and support the sponsors of the riders who have named their sponsors. These people put money, effort and time into making sure that we have an event and that we have somewhere to race. So please remember to support them. So we're moving on in the program. We'll move on to Formula 1 and Formula 2 next. And so for the Formula 3 Pro Twin Super Twin class, they will get a restart, a full restart after the Formula 1 and Formula 2 combined race. Combined Formula 1 and Formula 2 because the performance of the bikes is reasonably similar. Formula 1 bikes much faster down the straight. Formula 2 bikes carry a bit more corner speed. Consequently, the lap times are quite similar. So we allow them to race together on the circuit. It also improves the spectator sport. It allows for a bit closer dicing. If we separated the classes, we would have 11 bikes in Formula 1 and 8 bikes in Formula 2, whereas combining them, we have nearly 20 bikes on the circuit. So it gives a good bit of coverage and a good bit of spectators. Thank you to the spectators who've come out today. Thank you to the riders who've gone to the effort of posting on their social media. Could all riders and supporters please post on your social media, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, whatever other social media account you have. Please go on and invite your friends and family, your associates, out to Euromark Motorsport Park, Hasketts Road, Hornby, to come and watch some fantastic motorcycle racing. Remember to advise that entry is free. Entry to the pits is free. There'll be commentary all day. You can come and talk to your favourite rider. Get a photo. Great coffee from the coffee guy. Food from the food card. Good, clean restroom facilities. And fantastic motorcycle racing. Don't forget to put your post on social media. Without your post, people do not know that this event is on. So the recovery crew's done their job. Good work, guys. Thank you very much. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Formula 1 and Formula 2. The big guns, the fast ones. The Aaron Scotts and Heath Bodikers of this world. So we're only a couple of minutes away from racing now, ladies and gentlemen. Seeing the first of the Formula 1 bikes just slowly rolling down the dummy grid. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 4-cylinder. Up to 700cc 3-cylinder. Formula 1, 1000cc multis and above. That allows for the likes of Ducati Panigale 1200s, 1290s, 1190s, 1090s. If you've got a Bears bike out there, feel free to bring it along. No judgment here. Welcome to bring your Bears bikes to Motorcycle in Canterbury. We will find an appropriate class for you to race in. just because you have a beers bike does not mean we will exclude you. This is an inclusive club. A classic example of that is the blue and white Heath Boddicker bike. I can see it sitting in the dummy grid there. Ducati Panigale. One of the other leading bikes in this class is Aaron Scott on his Aprilia RSV4. So as I say, no judgment here. Welcome to bring along your beers bike. Love to see a BMW S1000 RR out here, an M1 version, that would be amazing. So there's Heath Boddicker 167 on the Ducati. Brendan Ray 158, Aaron Scott number 86. Watch out for Dan Jenkins. Dan's been setting the pace with a 1:34.8. Dan, I'd suggest be riding a 675 Triumph. Garth Wilson, bike number 48 in P3. Angus Finn, bike number 96, P4. Michael Lee, bike number 33. Michael's a stalwart of racing here in New Zealand. Mike's been around a long time. He's gone over and competed in the Isle of Man. And there he is leaving the pits now. And Michael showing the way it's done. Out into the main straight, carrying pace. Thank you to the committee and the organisers of this event. To the stewards and the officials. Without them, this event would not be able to be run, so make sure you thank your officials and stewards during the course of the day. Your gratitude goes a long way towards ensuring their continued support. John Lowther out there. John's been racing for a long time. A name that goes back several years, in fact. Back to the 90s again. It's amazing how many of the old boys are still out here and doing it. And I feel entitled to call them old boys because they are the same age group as myself. So as they roll around to form up, we will have Dan Jenkins in pole position. Heath Boddicker in second, Garth Wilson in third, Angus Finn in fourth, Michael Lee fifth, John Lowther in sixth. So here we are getting ready to go. Watch for a good start from bike number 167, Heath Boddicker. A bit more torque and a bit easier to get off the line. Bike number 16, Dan Jenkins in pole position though. And there we go. There's that torque from the big Ducati of Heath Boddicker. He will lead them into turn one, but watch for Dan Jenkins to try and make a tuck up the inside as they go into the hairpin down through Euromark sweep, down into Euromark hairpin. So there's Heath Boddicker with a good break out the front, Dan Jenkins in second position. But as I suggested, do watch for Dan Jenkins making a dive, and here he comes. He's having a bit of a look already. And there goes that move from Dan Jenkins, and he's going to go around the outside. That is an amazing move into the hairpin. So Dan Jenkins around the outside of Heath Boddicker. Absolutely stunning. And as they roll into Turn 6, Fulton Hogan. It is Dan Jenkins leading from Heath Boddicker. Dan on the 675, able to carry a bit more corner speed round the hairpin, a bit lighter bike. I'm just trying to pick up who that is in third position. Could that be Will Furness on the Aprilia 660? I wouldn't have thought so. Oh no, it's John Lowther. John Lowther in third position. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you what bike John's on because he hasn't filled in his rider report. I'm going to guess that it's a Aprilia by the look of things. So Dan Jenkins a 139, Heath Boddicker a 141. Best time so far, 139.596 by bike number 16, Dan Jenkins, followed by Heath Boddicker, 141.0, John Lowther, 141.0, Angus Finner, 142, Garth Wilson, 143.5, Steve Brown, 145. So everyone's stretching out a little bit now. Gary Graham in position 7 on bike number 660, followed by Patrick Jones. Patrick followed by Doug Opsom, Cameron Jones. And there we go, Dan Jenkins a 135.1, Heath Boddicker a 136, John Lowther a 136, Angus Finn a 137, Garth Wilson a 138.7. So certainly Dan Jenkins showing the way today. Best lap time 135.116 by Dan Jenkins. Still a couple of seconds off the pace compared to national lap record pace, but certainly considering that we're not in the Nationals and Dan isn't really being pushed that hard, the lap times he's doing certainly well within his practice realm. Good to see Heath Boddicker making the trip down from Nelson to bring his big Ducati down, showing that it is worth making the effort. And John Lowther on the Aprilia as well. Good to see him out here. John, a racer from days gone by. Took some time out of the sport for several years to focus on business and work priorities. Come back to the sport now and making good inroads. So let's see what sort of lap times we're going to get this time from Dan. See if he's decided to push on or... And there we go, he has decided to push on a 134.523. Heath Boddicker with a 136.8 and John Lowther 136.9. So just a tenth of a second separating those two in terms of lap time. So a comfortable lead now for Dan Jenkins and pretty comfortable second position for Heath Boddicker. Not so comfortable for third place John Lowther with Angus Finn pushing him quite hard. In fact, Angus putting in a slightly better lap time on the last lap to close the gap by a tenth of a second. So good dice starting to form for third place, and it looks like third place Might be starting to close in a little bit on Heath Boddicker. Very hot out there today, and Heath riding a large capacity, high horsepower, heavier weight bike, maybe struggling in the heat. John Lowther on the RSV4 Aprilia, riding very, very well. And dragging Angus Finn into the mix. So in fact, Angus putting in a similar lap time to Heath Boddicker last time around. Let's see how they all go this time. Dan Jenkins actually got himself a fantastic gap there. So we've got 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. Dan Jenkins in the lead, a 1:34.5, and we have a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. We have a red flag. We have a red flag. I can't see where the incident is, but we do have a red flag. So just scanning around the track. So I'd just like to shout out to the coffee guy and just mention that they do have ice with them, so they can do iced coffees and iced chocolates. Nice hot day, maybe it's time for something different rather than a coffee. So if you're feeling a bit sweaty and a bit hot and sticky, pop down and see the coffee guy for your iced coffee. So the coffee guy down here in the pits. Don't forget, spectators, you are welcome to come to the pits at any stage. There is free entry to the pits all day. Come and find the rider that you support. Come and check out the bikes. Have a chat to the riders and their helpers. Very, very friendly teams here. Always looking to talk to the spectators and provide them with any information they require. If you're interested in coming and learning a little bit about racing, thinking, hey, this looks like fun, I might want to try it out, don't forget that Motorcycling Canterbury does have bikes available for hire. You can hire a bike to have a go. Motorcycling Canterbury also has specific have-a-go days, which are primarily focused around entry-level riders coming out to the track and experiencing the thrill and fun of doing some laps in a low-pressure environment. Lap times aren't counted, laps aren't scored, there is no race positions on the day. It is just a day to come out and enjoy riding the circuit. Have a bit of a chance to see what your favourite rider sees as he breaks into Euromark hairpin. Check out the top speeds as you go down the straight. Superbikes somewhere in the realm of 275 kilometres an hour as they hit the braking marker. Absolutely phenomenal speed to be braking down from down there. It's a great circuit no matter what size bike. Each bike has their own distinct advantage points around the circuit. Your smaller bikes really, really thrive through the infield. The bit from Euromark hairpin through to the dipper is the point where the small bikes excel. Not a lot of zone for the large bikes to make use of their horsepower. Of course, the large capacity bikes excel from the exit of the dipper, up the little crest, short shift, third and fourth gear as they crest the rise so not the wheel stand too hard, throttle pinned hard as they go through the little kink turn 10. Watching for a slide as they come out of turn 10, hard braking into CMG motorcycle sweeper. Second or third gear on there depending on the gearing position of the bike, firing down the straight. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Superbike's braking hard at about the 150 mark. So already leaned over when they're on the brakes. Of course, superbikes always have the advantage on the run down the straight. The exit out of turn 1, 2, out of Abbott's Corner, down the waistcoast straight through Link, Kink and down to the Euromark hairpin, where the smaller capacity bikes take over and have the advantage again. So the Formula 1 bikes faster down the straights, the Formula 2 bikes faster through the infield. It's very close racing usually. Smaller fields today in the Superbike and Formula 2 class. Of course, those bikes are extremely expensive to run. The main protagonists generally tending to run them towards the summer as they prepare themselves for the Road Race Nationals. So coming up next we have Pro Twins, Super Twins and Formula 3. This will be a full restart. There was a race stoppage due to a crash. So full restart of this race. No points awarded for the first segment. So we have a large field here with a mix of bikes, Formula 3 bikes, Pro Twins, Super Twins, so a mix of speeds, capacities and experience levels, I would suggest. Large fields though, so close dicing to be had. So only a couple of minutes away from going racing again. Thank you to the team from RJP TV for coming out and supporting us today, live streaming this event for us. Remember, you can log on and watch the event over the course of the next week. Please remember to subscribe to RJP TV. Give it a like and a follow on Facebook. Share the page. RJP TV providing live coverage of motorsport here in Canterbury. If you're into a bit of speedway, RJP TV also cover the speedway. Do a fantastic job there. So the recovery team has the bike back in the pits now. The rider's up and okay, looking at his bike. A bit of a bent handlebar, a few scuffs. So while we have a bit of a lull in the proceedings, please remember to jump onto your social media account. Post a photo of yourself out here at Euromark Motorsport Park. Let your friends and family know that we do have free entry to the pits. Live commentary, live streaming through RJP TV. We have Superbikes, we have Formula 2, Formula 3. We have Pro Twins, Super Twins, 300 Supersport, 250 Production, 150 Supersport, and a Have a Go class today, as well as training for the juniors. Motorcycling Canterbury Incorporated, the all-inclusive motorcycle racing. So we are on the 2-minute call for Formula 3 Pro Twins and Super Twins. Please make your way to the dummy grid. Let's get this racing underway. So that looks like Carlin Self, first up on the grid. Good on you, Carlin. Good to see you out there. Well done for making the effort to come all the way. Supported by Still Shop Oamaru and Oamaru Honda. Bike number 77. So Harriet Grace, supported by Joe's Garage and Hallicraft Racing. So a great mix of bikes in this class. I see a 125 GP bike heading out there. See Formula 3 bikes, ZXR 400s that are quite likely a 440cc these days. Back in the day, the old early 90s 400cc multis were struggling to compete with the Pro Twin 650s that were allowed to enter into the Formula 3 class, so the decision was made to allow the older 4-cylinder multis to be bought out to 440cc and allow them to use different piston, higher compression ratios to improve the performance of those bikes. It was quite successful actually, led to a very, very long running multi-cylinder dominance of the Formula 3 class. Bike of choice was Kawasaki ZXR 400. Of course, there were several people, myself included, who chose to run the Yamaha FZR 400 SP. Fantastic little bikes. So the Formula 3 class has always been a well-contested class. Lots and lots of choice in the bikes you can run in it. You can run a twin-cylinder 650, you can run a 440cc multi. In fact, I believe there's also a capacity for large singles, a capacity limit. Of course, the singles struggle a little bit compared to the multis. So a couple of bikes from the Hallicraft Racing team here today. Harriet Grace, bike number 77. I believe bike number 57 as well, also supported by Hallicraft Racing. Good to see Rod Price bringing in some of these youngsters and bringing in some of the ladies into the sport. Well done, Rod. Pole position again, Dennis Charlotte sitting on pole position. Everyone else just filing up slowly. Luke Ryder, bike number 1, filing into P2. bike number 65, Ben Rosendahl, in P3, and 173, Will Furness, all the way down from Nelson in P4. So here we go, just about ready to go racing. Wendy has the board up. We are ready to go. Waiting for the lights to turn red. Watch for Dennis Charlotte on the inside to make a good run down to turn 1 as the lights go ready, and off we go, and there is Dennis making a good start. Dennis has always been a great starter. Luke Ryder having a look at him from the outside though. So it looks like Dennis in the lead. Maybe Dennis has been pushed back to 5th place. I know that is Dennis Charlotte in the lead, followed by Luke Ryder. Will Furness in 3rd position. Will from Nelson Motorcycles, the KTM dealer. So as they come down the straight, it is Dennis Charlotte in the lead, followed by Luke Ryder. Will Furness in 3rd position. Will update 4th, 5th and 6th as they go across the line. And there's Luke Ryder making the move and taking P1. Will Furness, Kane Squire, Ben Rosenthal, Chris Huddlestone, Clive Cleghorn, Rob Edwards, Sam Johnston, Harriet Grace. Good dicing in the mid to back of the field. Lots and lots of dicing going on over there. But back to 3rd position, and there's a big challenge on between Kane Squire and Will Furness, with Ben Rosendahl and Chris Huddlestone also having a look. So the battle is for 1st and 2nd, and then another battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Look for Dennis Charlotte to make a pass on Luke Ryder somewhere in the infield. So as they come up towards the Parks Towing S's, and here goes Dennis making that lunge. He just hasn't managed to get it into turn 10. He's definitely looking for a pass though. Dennis feels he's faster through the infield, losing out a bit down the straights. So it looks like Will Furness has been moved back to 5th place. We'll update the 3rd position as they come round onto the straight. But it is definitely Luke Ryder, a 1:39.129, Dennis Charlotte, a 1:39.4. Will Furness in 3rd place, Kane Squire 4th, Chris Huddlestone 5th, Ben Rosendahl 6th, and Clive Cleghorn 7th, Rob Edwards 8th, Jacob Joshua in 9th. So third position being heavily contested. A good duel going on back third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Nothing to separate those. And actually a nice pass there made from, oh, and a bit of a slide. Is he going to hold it? Yes, he has. A big slide coming out of the dipper. For Chris Huddlestone. And there's first and second across the line. Nothing to separate the two there. So across the line we have Luke Ryder in first position, Dennis Charlotte in second, Kane Squire third, Chris Huddlestone fourth, Will Furness fifth and Ben Rosendahl sixth, Clive Cleghorn in seventh. Towards the back of the field, good dicing going on. Oh, look at that move from Luke Ryder again round the hairpin as Dennis Charlotte tries a move but is unsuccessful in pulling it off. Great dicing for first and second. So Dennis takes a completely different line into Nana's. Allows him to run a tighter line on the exit. Is he going to have another look at turn 10? I don't think he's close enough this time. He is having a look. He's not going to get it done. He needs to be right on the back wheel of Luke Ryder as they come through turn 9 to make that pass. And it has to be 100% committed. So it looks like Kane Squire still in third place. So here we go, down to the line. Luke Ryder in first. Dennis Charlotte in second. Kane Squire third. Followed by Chris Huddlestone, Will Furness, Ben Rosendahl, Clive Cleghorn, Rob Edwards, Jacob Joshua, Harriet Grace, Lucas Scott and Jason Moreland. And it looks like Luke Ryder's managed to break Dennis Charlotte from the toe. He's got himself a bit of breathing room there into the hairpin. No chance for Dennis to have a dive at him there. And in fact, it looks like third position has also pulled himself a bit of breathing room. Pretty hot day out there today. 2 laps to go. Best lap time so far by Luke Ryder, a 1:38.913. Shout out to Maya Wilcox with a 1:50.5. So Luke Ryder a 1:38.9, Dennis Charlotte a 1:39.6, Kane Squire a 1:40, Chris Huddlestone a 1:40.4, Will Furness a 1:40.6. Very similar lap times in that third, fourth, fifth and sixth, but a little bit of a gap starting to form there. First and second though, still nothing in it. Dennis Charlotte trying his heart out to get up to the back of Luke Ryder. So half a second gap now between Luke Ryder and Dennis Charlotte, position 1 and 2. And we go back maybe 3 seconds to position 3. Which was Kane Squire. But it actually looks like Will Furness may have moved up to P3. So on the timing charts, we have Luke Ryder leading Dennis Charlotte ahead of Kane Squire and Chris Huddlestone. We are on the last lap. So here we go with the run to the flag. And to announce your winner, Luke Ryder, followed by Dennis Charlotte, Kane Squire, Chris Huddlestone, Will Furness, Ben Rosendahl, Clive Cleghorn, Rob Edwards, Jacob Joshua. Position 10, Harriet Grace. 11, Jason Moreland, followed by Lucas Scott. Position 16, Kieran Kelly. 17, Maya Wilcox. Peter Fish, and 18, Ollie Ward, and 19, Nigel Lennox, and 20. With 31 starters in that event. A couple of DNFs. Lance Double, unfortunately, unable to finish, only completed one lap. So shout out to Luke Ryder. Best lap time of 1:38.913 to take out the win. Half a second ahead of Dennis Charlotte in position 2. Up next we will have 300 Supersport. So for those of you watching on RJP TV or out at the spectator areas, 300 Supersport is an interesting class. It allows for a mix of capacities. We call it 300, but we allow 320cc twin cylinders. We allow 390cc single cylinders. So the rule was extended to 320cc to allow things like the R3 to remain competitive, as their capacity slightly changed. The inclusion of the 390 was to allow the KTM 390 single cylinder 390cc. So a little bit of difference in the way they perform, the way they put their power down. The single a wee bit more punch, the twin a wee bit more top speed. Leads to some interesting joules. So looking forward to watching the 300 Supersport class. Of course, we have Supersport A and Supersport B. We have a combined race field of 42 riders in the 300 Supersport class. So we have Maya Wilcox racing Supersport 300. On a Yamaha MT-03, Maya's from Queenstown, supported by Helicraft Racing, Bartercard, White's Power Sports, Joe's Garage and Night and Day. Carlin Self, Still Shop Honda and, Still Shop Oamaru and Oamaru Honda. Cameron James Cunn. I'm sure there's more to the last name than Cunn. Ninja 300. Melrose Wheelchairs, Ventec, Autobend and Pierce Motorcycles. Lucas Scott riding Yamaha R3 in Supersport 300. No sponsorship, just does it out of his own bank account. Good on you, Lucas, for funding yourself and coming along to enjoy motorcycle racing. We're only minutes away from the start of the 300 Supersport class. along with Formula 3, one of our largest classes. 300 Super Sport's extremely popular. Allows for a mix of rider talent. We have new and emerging riders coming through, and we have some extremely experienced riders also racing in that field. We have the likes of Dennis Charlotte, multiple New Zealand motorcycle road racing champion. In fact, has won every class of two-wheeled road race in the MNZ circuit. Absolute legend of motorsport, and gives back all the time. Involved in coaching the juniors. Fantastic. And then we have the junior level. We have guys out there that's their first year, guys and girls, their first year racing. Some of them perhaps even their first event. So we've just got the Motorsport Rescue going out. And that looks like to be to pick up some signage that's actually come free and lying on the grass. The last thing we need is sign. Oh no, he's making his way over somewhere else. Looks like they're just checking for potential for oil from one of the bikes that went down earlier in the day. Hopefully there's no oil in the dipper. Moving on, everyone seems happy over there. It's always good to do a track inspection after we've had to get off. You just never know. Sometimes the rider of the bike doesn't notice that their bike has developed a minor crack in the cases or a bit of a graze that's led to some oil leakage because they're so focused on making sure that they're okay. Looks like a good wee team there. Lined up first with matching bikes. Bike number 990 and 314. Since their bikes are so easy to see and they were first up, let's figure out who they were. Don't you hate it when the bike numbers don't match up? Oh, there we go. Ari Cowie and Hannah Ollie. Everybody just filing round, warming up their tyres with a bit of hard braking. Of course, most of these guys and girls run tyre warmers. Almost impossible to get the tyres up to heat without electronic assistance. Tyre warmers are basically an electric blanket for your tyres. get the tyres up to, depending on the brand, the make and the model of the tyres, somewhere between 60 and 100 degrees centigrade. Slicks like it around that 90 to 100 degrees centigrade. Supersport tyres around 80 degrees. Road bike tyres consequently prefer to hang around under the 50 degree mark, so for road bike tyres, tyre warmers are not necessarily an advantage, and in some cases can cook the compound and make the tyres extremely greasy. So if people are out there running road tyres on their bikes, not strictly necessary to run tyre warmers, but in the formula classes most people will be running proper race tyres. So one of our Iron Men for the day, Will Furness, competing in multiple classes, formed up in position 3, bike number 173, KTM 390 from Nelson Motorcycles. Bike number 73, Hunter Charlotte, lining up on pole position. Hunter, one of the young guns, been racing overseas, very experienced for a young rider, and certainly a man with the pace. Bike number 22, Jethro Bowman, pulling into spot. Missing position 4 off the grid. Never mind, that opens the door for bike number 77, Harriet Grace, and bike number 89 to make a good start and roll through. So here we go, the lights are on, we're ready to go. And we're away, and a fantastic start from Hunter Charlotte. Of course, he's nice and light and nice and little. Good start from Will Furness in position 3 as well. Not sure what happened to Peter Bowman. It looked like he sat on the line for a fraction of a second, missed the start. But Hunter Charlotte definitely got a good break on the field. Will Furness slipping in nicely into position 2. Let's see if Will can close that gap on him under brakes. I'd suggest that Hunter, being lighter, will make a bit of a getaway on the first lap. Under brakes, he's got the advantage of not having to stop the extra bulk. Very small young fella compared to Will Furness, who's extremely fit and lean, but carries the extra weight of a fully grown man. And as you can see, Hunter's starting to pull a little bit of a gap. Will Furness holding a good second position though. So good racing there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Bit of a battle heating up there between Will Furness, Jethro Bowman, Diego Petrucci and Harriet Grace. And here they go, that is a big group forming. And a lunge around the outside, and who's that from? Would that be Diego Petrucci perhaps? It's the sort of lunge I'm expecting to see from him. It could be Jethro Bowman perhaps. We'll see as they come round to the start-finish straight. But definitely Dennis Charlotte with a commanding lead. Over 4 seconds lead over the rest of the field with 2 laps down. Absolutely amazing. So there he goes across the line. So Hunter Charlotte, and it was Diego Petrucci with the big lunge over Will Furness. Ahead of Jethro Bowman, Harriet Grace and Jacob Joshua, with Lucas Scott and Anson Hung in 7th place. So that little group, 2nd to 7th, having a great battle. And then another group just behind them with not much gap, maybe another 2nd behind them. Yep, another 2nd behind them. We have another group of 3, and then a 2nd behind them, another group of 2. A couple of seconds back to a group of 5. And then another group of 5 or 6 behind that. Groups and dicing all over the place, but a clear lead for Hunter Charlotte. Absolutely clear lead. So I'd say that's still Diego Petrucci managing to hold second place. And it looks like Diego and Will are pulling a little bit of gap on the rest of the field. Just stretching out fourth place, creating a bit of a dicing position for themselves, taking the rest of the field out of it. So Hunter Charlotte, commanding lead. Best lap time of 1:47.247 by Hunter as he comes around Euromark sweeper and onto the main straight. It's just maybe a 6-second lead. Absolutely brilliant. 4 laps to go. And look at the dice for second place. Absolutely nothing in it. Nothing in it at all. So in the lead we have Hunter Charlotte ahead of Harriet Grace. Jethro Bowman, Jacob Joshua, Lucas Scott. Will Furness must have made a big mistake somewhere around there. He's lost 8 seconds a lap over that one. A massive mistake from Will Furness. So let's see how we go on this lap. So Hunter Charlotte, a commanding lead. I'm going to go with Jethro Bowman in second and Harriet Grace in third. Whoop. Oh no, and there goes Hunter Charlotte down again in the hairpin, in the dipper. Clearly pushing on as hard as he can and just made a small mistake on the exit there. Would have turned the back on him. The bike is in a safe position, so we'll just carry on with the race. So that leads to, oh no, we have called the race. Race stop, race stop. So if we go back to the finish position on the lap previous, that would give Harriet Grace the winning position based on the fact that Hunter Charlotte was the cause of the stoppage, so he won't be counted in the countback. Hard to say whether this will be a restart or a called race. Looks like only 2 laps completed of a 6-lap race, so maybe a restart. Hunter's up, he's fine. He's sitting back on the bike. He looks pretty annoyed with himself, pretty frustrated. He's a young man with a lot of talent. He also carries a lot of emotion around his racing. He'll be very annoyed with himself for that. Looks like the bike's up and running fine. He's making his way back to the pits under his own steam. Motorsport Rescue's heading back to the pits. So just had an update on the temperature. Currently sizzling 25.8 degrees. And chance of a high of 27 or 28 degrees. So it's going to be a baking day out there, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep your fluid intake up. Make sure you drink plenty of water. Coffee, iced chocolates available at the coffee guy. It's a hot day. Please make sure you keep yourself hydrated. Very, very, very easy to lose concentration once you start getting dehydrated. So we might just have a little bit more of a delay. Apparently there's a bike on the grass between points 4 and 5. Oh yes, I can see him over there. So that's around turn 6, turn 7. And through the Fulton Hogan S's on the entry to the lead up to Nana's. Now it's just been pointed out to me that it's potentially wasn't Hunter that caused the stoppage, because Hunter's bike was actually in a reasonably safe position. There's a rider down and a bike down on turn 7, and that may have been the cause of the stoppage. So it just remains to be seen whether Hunter will be allowed to restart. It depends who was deemed to be the cause of the stoppage. So just a couple of minutes while we collect this bike and get everyone sorted out. Years ago, and I haven't touched the bike since. Ha ha. Thanks, Kane. Perhaps I should come down and point my magic screwdriver at your suspension again, see if we can find you a bit more grip out there. Cheers for the shout out, mate. So there we go, that bike's all loaded up onto the trailer now. They're just tying it on. Won't be too much longer before we get away for a start. Thank you for your patience. While we have a lull on the proceedings, please don't forget to jump on your social media, chuck a post out about your favourite rider, put a photo on of the action from today. Remind your friends and family that we are only at the start of the program, not even through the first round of racing today. We've got 2 more rounds after the completion of this round, so please invite your friends and family, associates, followers out to Euromark Motorsport Park for free entry to the facilities, free entry to the pits. Come and meet the riders, come and have a nice iced chocolate or iced coffee from the coffee guy. Get yourself a hot dog from the hot dog caravan, hot dog and hot chips filled rolls, sandwiches, cold drinks. Free entry to the pits, free entry to the facilities. Please put a social media post up. Let's get some spectators out here and watching. For any of you riders who would like to come up and get a different view of the track, please feel free to come up to the commentator tower. Of course, I will hand you a microphone. Ask you a few questions about your riding. Don't be embarrassed. Come up, promote yourself, promote your sponsors. Thank your helpers and your assistants. Just a simple thank you goes a long way to encouraging the people who've helped you to come back and help you again. Good to see a few spectators over at the officially named Euromark hairpin, but of course there is the Denny Holm grandstand there, a tribute to the great Denny Holm. It's a good watching point there from the Denny Holm hairpin, the Denny Holm grandstand. If you get up on the top there, you get an elevated view looking down into the circuit. You can see the whole circuit from there. Good to see a couple of spectators up there watching. Give us a wave from up at the top of the Denny Holm grandstand. There we go. Awesome. Thank you, people. My favourite point to watch from this circuit is actually from Link Kink. Brilliant place to watch from over there. You do miss the start-finish line, but you get to see some different views of the circuit. You get to see one of the faster corner entries, one of the faster corner exits. It's pretty rare for a pass to be made into Link Kink, but when it is made, it is spectacular. Great passing spots. Turn 4, Euromark hairpin. Great braking jewels to be had there. Turn 9, the entrance to turn 9. It's a brave move. You've got to be really, really right up beside the rider. Turn 10, even braver. You've got to be sitting on the wheel of the back wheel of the rider as you come through turn 9 to have any chance to make the pass into turn 10. It's an absolute block pass, the pass into turn 10. Down into the dipper. We call it turn 12. The car racers don't call it anything, they exclude the dipper. We love the dipper for motorcycle racing. It's a change of altitude. Feel the bike falling away from you as you enter it. Feel the compression as you hit the bottom of the apex. The change in attitude and altitude as you crest the rise, still carrying a slight bit of lean angle. See some bikes get sideways as they come out of there. The big bikes tend to short shift from second, third, fourth as they come through that crest to try and prevent some wheel stand and wheel spin. National level competitive lap times around Ruapuna for a superbike is 1 minute 28.5, more or less. On a 600, about 1 minute 30. Not much in it between the superbikes and the 600s at a national level. So we're just waiting while the Motorsport Rescue team finishes their recovery. They're just unloading the bike now. I do apologise for the delay, but we do have to take incidents seriously, make sure that everything is done correctly, and make sure that our recovery teams are finished their job and ready to head back out if required. So it looks like the wind's turned around a bit. At the start of the day, it was a a nor'easter, and now we've had it turn and we're coming across as a nor'wester, which is helping lift the temperature. So up next, it looks like we have 250 production and 150 Supersport. Round 4 getting ready for their race. Motorsport Rescue's almost finished their tasks. Just checking that they have everything sorted, and then they'll move out into their rescue position park, at which point we'll be ready to go racing again. So again, to riders who have not filled out their rider profile sheet, Please fill out your rider profile sheet. It helps me fill in the dull moments. I can give your sponsors, your supporters and your helpers a shout out. It's always nice to hear your name called if you're helping. So please, I ask again that you fill in your rider training sheets, your rider information sheets. Please also make sure that you have your correct bike number included on the rider training sheet. Makes it much easier to call out if I'm calling the correct bike, rider and number. So in this class we have 250cc 4-stroke twins, and we also have the 150 class, which 150cc 4-stroke and I believe 125cc 2-strokes now, with the exclusion of Grand Prix bikes like the RS 125s, which race in Formula 3. Of course, the RS and TZ 125s from Honda and Yamaha were factory-built Grand Prix bikes, as opposed to we used to call them buckets, I suppose, back in the day. Home-modified, home-built. Rules are pretty open. Really, it was only a capacity limit. You could pretty much do whatever you wanted beyond that, as long as you stuck within the 150cc 4-stroke capacity. So here we are, everyone just rolling around, having a look at the circuit. A bit of tactics come into play. You'll find some of the riders rush to the front. They want to be up on their grid, have a relax, get themselves all mentally adjusted and in tune, ready, visualising their first lap while they're sitting on the grid. Other riders prefer to be the last up to the grid, braking hard as they come down into the grid positions, getting the maximum effect, maximum benefit of being last onto the grid, keeping the most of the heat into their tyres. So tactics definitely come into play on lap 1. No one seems to be in a hurry to form up. So in pole position we have Dan Jenkins. Followed by Alex McElwain, Dennis Charlotte, Jack Cotton, Hunter Charlotte, Nick Clark and Josh Sokolov. Oh, and that's a horror start for Dan Jenkins. Rolling back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back into 7th or 8th place. That is absolutely terrible for Dan Jenkins. Good start though from Alex McElwain. And that looks like the man himself, Dennis Charlotte, out into the front. Oh, nope, it's Alex McElwain. watching as they come round into Nana's. It's a massive lead for Alex McElwain. Got a blistering start. I don't think anyone's going to catch him. Dennis Charlotte back in third position. So as they roll off the first lap, Alex McElwain, Dan Jenkins and Dennis Charlotte, Jack Cotton, Hunter Charlotte, Nick Clark, Josh Sokolov, Carl Waho and Ryder Chamberlain. And we have a red flag again, ladies and gentlemen. Red flags abound. Oh, and there we go. It's into the start of Parks Towing S's turn 9. Ryder's sitting up. Looks like he's pretty winded. So that will be a tuck the front. So with only one lap completed, I would suggest this will be a full restart. And Motorsport Rescue heading out there now. Well, Alex McElwain will be gutted. He was running away with that one. A bit of a bad start for Dan Jenkins caused Dan Jenkins and Dennis Charlotte to be battling hard for second and third position, which let Alex get a good break. Always unfortunate when a rider goes down. Good to see them up and walking around though. A shame for Alex. That could have been a runaway win for him, and we would have seen some spectacular dicing between Dan and Dennis. Fierce competitors, despite the fact that they were a sidecar team for a few years, with Dennis doing the riding and Dan Jenkins doing the swinging duties. Of course, being a swinger, you have to have complete trust in your rider, and the rider has to have complete trust in the swinger. Those two guys know each other pretty well and have a fantastic racing relationship. So always good to watch them dicing for position. That's Dan Jenkins and Dennis Charlotte. Bike numbers 15 and 16. So ambulance just rolling around, picked up the rider, making sure that he's okay. Always concerned for the rider after a get off at any speed on the circuit. So we also have another stoppage down in the hairpin. Euromark hairpin, there's a bike sitting over in the gravel. So we will be a couple more minutes just while we collect that bike as well. The ambulance is making its way back into the pits. I suggest that the rider's fine, just catching a nice easy ride back, save the walk. So we are going to get a full restart of the Supersport 300 race. Good to see, because we'd only completed just on one lap when the red flag was thrown. And of course, red flags put out always for rider safety. Sometimes there's a bike on the track, or a bike in a dangerous position, or a rider that's injured that needs immediate medical assistance and attention. Always concerned for all of the riders' safety on the circuit. the recovery vehicle, just heading around to pick up the other bike out of Euromark hairpin. So we'll just be a few more minutes. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee members from MCI, to thank the officials that are here today. Please make sure you thank the officials personally. Without their assistance, we would not have an event to run. Thank you to the grid marshals. Thank you to the flaggies. The AMBO team. Thank you to RJP TV. Thanks for live streaming the event. Perhaps some people will see it on the live stream and think that they want to come and have a closer look. Thanks to the spectators as well. We do this for the love of it, and we hope you enjoy watching us. Thank you to the helpers in the pits. The people who put the pit stands under the bikes, put the tyre warmers on, hand their rider a cold drink and make sure that they're comfortable after their race. Provide emotional support, physical assistance, financial assistance, or just moral support. Thank you. To the riders, thank you for coming along to participate. Without this event, without you, this event would be nothing. So here we go. We're only 2 minutes away from a restart. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen who are watching on RJP TV, to the spectators who have come out to have a look. Don't forget to throw a social media post out, inviting your friends and family, your associates and non-associates to come along and have a look at our fantastic event. Free entry. Don't forget to include free entry to the pits all day. Meet the riders. Meet the mechanics. Meet the helpers. Come and talk to the officials about becoming a racer. So there we go. That's the motorsport rescue machine coming into the pits now. Good to see a couple of the riders forming up, getting ready to go out. So as this is a full restart, standard grid positions from qualifying will apply. Please remember to fill out your rider information sheet, your rider profile sheet. As a helper or as a sponsor or supporter, it's always great to hear your name called out, as well as the rider. Charlie Newham, bike number 235, first out, followed by Ari Coe and Harriet Grace, Carlin Self, Hannah Oak, Ollie, Jacob, Joshua, Megan Kemp, Cappy Colworth, Maya Wilcox, Corey Hagenars, Kieran Kelly, Peter Fish, Nigel Lennox, Duncan McCarty, Brendan Booth, Christopher Duff, Al McMaster, Lucas Scott, Cameron James, Diego Petrucci, bike number 75, Oliver Wright, Finn Hogg, Josh Hook, Regan William. And look at that, they're still streaming out. Oh, and there goes Hunter Charlotte. So Hunter hasn't been excluded. Obviously not deemed to have caused the stoppage. So here we go with everyone zipping around, making their way through to the start-finish line. Looking for a good, clean start, good, clean racing. So I expect another good start from Hunter Charlotte. He will be kicking himself for getting off in twice today in the dipper. Obviously pushing on, looking for some increase in lap time through there. Hunter may well be using this as training for the circuit for the National Superbike Series, which is coming up in summer. Of course, we didn't race here last year. There's Harriet Grace forming up. Good position 7, sponsored by Hallicraft. Bike number 29, Jacob Joshua. Bike number 75, Diego Petrucci, sitting in position 6. Oh, there we go, Luke Ryder from Hokitika. Thank you very much for filling in your rider profile sheet, mate. Age, old enough already, everything hurts at 35. Good on you, Luke. Currently riding an RS660. That RS660 was built by TR20 and Ryder Racing. Here we go, ready for a start now. Watch for a good start from bike number 73, that's Hunter Charlotte. And it is a good start from bike number 73, Hunter Charlotte. Will Furness, bike number 173, ducking into 3rd position. And bike number 22, Jethro Bowman, also getting a good start in 2nd place. Oliver Wright tucking in into 4th. So status quo as we go round. Hunter Charlotte looking for a good break. And again, he's got that good, clean start. I think if anyone wants to beat Hunter Charlotte today, they're going to have to learn how to get off the line a lot better than they're currently doing. Oh, and down we go into the hairpin from position 2. Oh, and that bike is in a precarious position right there. Hopefully the rider can remove the bike out of the way before the decision is made to stop the race. The rider has got back to the bike and has cleared it off the circuit. Well done, that rider. Congratulations, that allows the race to continue. So that may well have been Jethro Bowman. If it was, good on you, Jethro, for making the effort to clear the track. Oh, and it's all on into the dipper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 bikes in that second little group, and one of them out on the grass. Look at the dirt go flying. So Hunter Charlotte with a commanding lead, but everything to play for. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Absolutely freight training it. So Cameron James from out of nowhere into P2. And I would say that P2 could be taken from anywhere from 2nd through to 10th place. Harriet Grace in third, Oliver Wright in fourth, Diego Petrucci fifth, Jacob Joshua in sixth, Will Furness in seventh. Now, Will must have made a big mistake, or maybe he got put out by the crash in Euromark Hairpin. But commanding lead from Hunter Charlotte, I would say 5 seconds. And that looks to be ahead of Harriet Grace on the Helicraft Racing Joe's Garage supported bike. So that's a great move from Harriet, and it looks like Diego Petrucci up into third. Good dicing, that second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth place. We gap to ninth, and then another group, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then another freight train, 15 back to 25. So Hunter Charlotte, a commanding lead, followed by Harriet Grace. And I'm certain that's Diego Petrucci. The helmet colour gives him away. Oh, and we have a rider down on the exit of the hairpin. The rider is out of the road. Let's see what the officials do in relation to the bike position this time. It looks like they're currently happy for it to the race to continue. And here we go, Hunter Charlotte with a 1:44.8 leading the race. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. Bike number 73. Personal best from Aaron Cowie, 1:50.3. And yes, that bike has been moved out of the way in the hairpin, so everything to play for still. Hunter Charlotte with a commanding lead, Harriet Grace with a couple of bike links over third position, Diego Petrucci. Ahead of Cameron James, David Hogg and Peter Fish. So Cameron James looking to tuck in behind Harriet Grace and follow her through and looking for a pass. He's not going to get it done there, but he's carrying a bit more speed. Maybe he can get it up into turn 10. In fact, that's Diego Petrucci looking at Harriet Grace, looking for a way past. Diego's been following her for a couple of laps now. Maybe he's just settled for his third position currently and looking to make a move for second. Oh, and there's a rider down in Euromark Sweeper, turn 11. The rider's up and okay, and the bike is well out of position. Looks like the back end just came around on him as he got on the throttle there, trying to get a good run down into the sweeper. So that's brought Diego Petrucci into third, Christopher into fourth, Will Furness into fifth, Lucas Scott sixth, Anson Huang into seventh. That's good riding from Anson. Anson was a have-a-go rider just a couple of meetings ago, so fantastic to see him making the move into a Formula class. Well done and congratulations to a brilliant ride. Christopher's having a look at Harriet into the hairpin, but he's gone a bit deep and gone wide, and that's let Diego Petrucci back through into third position. So Hunter Charlotte absolutely setting the pace, 2 seconds a lap faster than the nearest competitor. Harriet Grace settled into a great ride though for second position. Fantastic riding from Harriet, only her third year road racing. Well supported by Rod Price and the Helicraft team. Diego Petrucci, certainly no slouch. Diego runs a cornering school here in Christchurch, so anyone wanting to learn how to corner their bike better or get their knee down, pop down into the pits and see Diego Petrucci. He's always keen looking for more people to train. But as we come to the line, it's Hunter Charlotte with half the length of the straight ahead of Harriet Grace. who is holding a firm second position ahead of Diego Petrucci. And Christopher, I'm sorry, mate, I can't get your last name because it is blocked off by the lap time. But a good dice for second, third and fourth place into turn 2. On the exit of turn 3, it's all to play for now. Got 2 laps to go. And they're drafting Harriet, and it looks like they're going to try and run around the outside of it. Oh, no, she's blocked them. Good, brave dive. And that's actually held up Christopher and Diego. They're breaking duel into Euromark hairpin from Diego Petrucci, who gets the better of Christopher and up the inside. He's managed to force him wide enough that he's actually given himself a bit of breathing room. Perhaps he feels he can chase down Harriet if he's not being harassed from behind. Good dice also for 6th and 7th position. So that would be Anson Huang, Will Furness and Brendan Booth. Anson having the better of Will Furness at the moment, which is surprising because Will's been a strong campaigner for the last 4 or 5 years, 5 to 6 years even. So to see Anson up there and dicing with a regular competitor is good to see. Looks like Harriet's managed to pull herself a little bit of a breathing space. She's managed to get it out to about 4 bike lengths now as we come around to the white lap. Hunter Charlotte picking up the white flag. And that was a lapper going through. Here comes Harriet Grace in second position, followed by Diego Petrucci. Harriet's managed to get herself a bit of a break there with 1 lap to go. But it's all Hunter Charlotte. Half the length of the straight, the length of the line 7, from line 7 to, Link kink to the Euromark hairpin. He can afford to back off a little bit, but I dare say he won't. Hunter likes to keep pressing on. Harriet Grace with a couple of bike lengths gap now. Ahead of Diego Petrucci. Christopher's fallen back and falling back into the hands of Lucas Scott by the look of it. So there we go, Hunter Charlotte entering the dipper for the final time of this session. And he's going to be followed in by Harriet Grace, who I think has almost done enough for me to just about call it. So there we go, Hunter Charlotte rolling around the Euromark sweeper for CMG Motorcycle sweeper for the final time to come down and pick up the checkered flag. Harriet Grace in second position, followed by Diego Petrucci in third. And Christopher, if you would fill in your rider profile sheet, I would be able to call out your last name and your supporters. So please fill in your rider profile sheet. Get one of your team to do it. Christopher on bike 89, who finished in 4th place. Sorry, I can't call out your last name. So great dicing throughout. And as the timing screen rolls over, I'll give you the positions and their lap times. Hunter Charlotte, first position, 1:45.4. Harriet Grace, 1:46. Diego Petrucci, 1:46. Christopher, 1:49. Lucas Scott with a 1:47. So good racing held across the field. Congratulations to Hannah O'Reilly putting in her personal best on the last lap with a 1:50.4. So Anson Hung in 6th position, Brendan Booth in 7th, Will Furness in 8th, Garth Wilson 9th, Josh Hook 10, Cappy Colworth in 11, Ollie Ward in 12th. Good ride from Ollie Ward there. Maya Wilcox in 13th, Regan Williams in 14th, Ari Cowie in 15th, Hannah O'Reilly 16th, Kieran Kelly 17th, Carlin South 18th, Cameron James 19th, Peter Fish 20th, Charlie Newham 21, Gary Graham 22. So a great race win by Hunter Charlotte, bike number 73, with a best lap time of 1:44.336. Followed by Harriet Grace with a best time of 1:46 flat. It's not very often I see a .000. Diego Petrucci, 1:46.020. Christopher, bike number 89, 1:46.2. So ladies and gentlemen, it appears we're going to take a little lunch break now. So we will be back with the commentary, live commentary at 1:30 p.m. Thank you for listening. To the riders, competitors' assistants, helpers, mechanics and team members, please jump on your social media and post a post from today inviting your friends and family to come out and watch. We're only at the end of the first round of racing. We have 2 more rounds. There'll be some spectacular racing to go as the day heats up. Please invite your friends and family out to watch. Free entry to the pits, commentating, live streaming, hot coffee, iced chocolate, hot dogs, chips, filled rolls and sandwiches, clean toilet facilities. Invite your friends and family. Massive thank you to the flaggies out there. Without you guys and girls, we wouldn't be able to run this event, so thank you very much to the flag marshals. Yep, good man, appreciate your work. So welcome back after lunch, everyone. Looking forward to kicking off the day and getting into it pretty quickly. We're a wee bit behind, so we want to keep everything rolling. Please make sure you're up on the dummy grid with the 2-minute call so that everyone's ready to go. Let's try and shorten the program by shortening the wait between races rather than shortening the races. Always better to get the maximum amount of laps in, and we can do that if you're up to the dummy grid as quick as possible when your class is called next. So please, when your class is called, get your tyre warmers off and get up to the dummy grid. So 250 production and 150 super sport. So mixed field this class. We have 250 twin cylinder bikes and 150cc single cylinder bikes. Running separate classes, scoring separate points but racing together. For ease of calling, I'll be just calling out their overall race position rather than their individual classes, unless I get a bit of an opportunity to call out a few classes together. So the reason we combine classes is because we have smaller numbers in each class. It gives the opportunity for people to have a dice with people with similar speeds, despite the fact their bikes might be of different capacity classes. Some of the 150cc bucket race guys take their 150 super sport very, very seriously. And there's a lot of engineering and home build work goes into those bikes. Whereas 250 production, based predominantly off the Kawasaki Ninja 250, pretty much a standard bike class. Got to run a standard air filter and that sort of thing. So, bit of parity trying to be brought in there. The 150s are lighter, much lighter. Generally stripped down and performance modified, as opposed to pretty much bog standard for the 250s. We do, however, see Jack Clapham taking pole position on a, looks like a super sport bike. I'm going to suggest that chassis is RS250. No, RS125. Honda RS125 Grand Prix chassis, perhaps. Certainly the 125 GP bodywork. Beside that, another 150 home built special. Then the first of the 250cc 4-strokes. Here we go. Getting ready for a start. Revs are coming up. 5 seconds away. Red lights are on. And another poor start from Dan Jenkins. He seems to be getting mowed down off the starts today. He'll definitely make that up as the race goes on, though. Certainly not afraid of making the odd pass, is Dan. So he's currently been rolled back into maybe 8th place overall, but hard to say where that'll put him in his 150 Supersport class. So Alex McElwain leads the way, followed by Dan Jenkins. Not Dan Jenkins, is it? Oh, and a change for the lead there. Now, Alex might be actually getting pushed around by the 150cc bikes that carry a lot more corner speed. So Alex, of course, on the 250. In fact, that might be Jack Cotton up into first place. Dan Jenkins in second. So here we go as we come around the Euromark sweeper, making its run onto the main straight. I think that's going to be Jack Cotton in the lead. Alex McElwain using the power of the 250 to come through. Dan Jenkins in third. Dennis Charlotte in fourth. So Dennis just sitting back a little bit, watching things unfold in front of him. Josh Sokolov in fifth, Nick Clark in sixth, Hunter Charlotte seventh, Carl Waho in eighth, Tarek Dean in ninth, and Dave Phillips in 10th. So there's your top 10 runners. So Alex McElwain making his way back through to first place ahead of Jack Cotton, and Dan Jenkins still sitting back in third. Dan, of course, gets left a wee bit behind on the straight because of the smaller bike, but through the midfield is where his bike has the advantage. Let's see if he can make use of it. I'd suggest he'll have a look going into turn 9, the start of Parks Towing S's, or maybe even turn 10. It's a good place for the smaller bikes to have a lunge as turn 10. And he looks like he's having a look at turn 9. He's not close enough to get it done there, but if he carries the speed, perhaps he can get it done at turn 10, and he's having a look, and he's going to get it done. There we go. That's the first move today I've seen through turn 10. Good work. It is a difficult place to pass, but it is an excellent passing place if you can get the job done. So Dan Jenkins now puts his head down and tries his best to catch up with Alex McElwain, while Josh Cotton does his best to fight off Dennis Charlotte. Josh Sokolov and Nick Clark having a good battle behind them as well. So as we come down to the start-finish line, it is Alex McElwain. And he's just put in his best lap time, 1:53.9, ahead of Dan Jenkins, 1:54.3, Jack Cotton, a 1:56. Dennis Charlotte putting in a good lap time, 1:55.3, so that's why he's managed to pull back 0.8 of a second on Jack Cotton, and that's why Jack's starting to lose the toe, because he's becoming concerned about the pass from Dennis Charlotte in position 4. So I'm going to suggest the place to watch out for would be race 4. Oh, wow, look at that. Dan Jenkins making the move into the hairpin, into the Euromark hairpin, and he gets the job done on Alex McElwain. Jack Cotton's managed to pull a bit of a gap on Dennis Charlotte. Now let's see if Dennis can pull that gap back. And look, there's the power of the 250 straight back onto the back of Dan Jenkins. Dan, of course, with the more nimble bike, able to hold him off through Fulton Hogan and down into Nannas. The place for Alex to get a run on would be on the lead up to turn 9, turn 10. And He's got to be right behind Dan Jenkins as they exit the sweeper if he wants a chance of winning this one. Because it looks like Dan's trying to put the brake on him. He's already got 3 or 4 or 5 bike lengths. We're up to half a second or 3/4 of a second gap already. Dennis Charlotte having a big look at Jack Cotton, and he gets the job done through the hairpin. There is a couple of lines through there. Jack's line gives him a bit better run down through into the Euromark sweeper, but I think Dennis Charlotte's got the job done and he's going to hold him off. Now let's see if Alex McElwain can get onto the back of Dan Jenkins as they come down the straight. It looks like Dan's managed to break the toe. He's got 8 bike lengths. He's got nearly a second's gap. Alex is going to have to work really hard to pick up that gap now. He's going to have to be right on the back of Dan Jenkins, and there goes Jack Cotton making the pass on Dennis Charlotte, but he wasn't able to get it done before the start-finish line, so he's going to have to lead Dennis Charlotte out of the sweeper if he wants a chance of winning this one. So it's all on to play for the podium positions. First and second still well up for grabs. Fastest lap so far by Dan Jenkins, a 1:52.345. That's why he's been able to claim the position from Alex McElwain. Alex's best time 1:53.7, so 1.5 second improvement from Dan Jenkins. So it looks like Dan's trying to get the bit of a break and run away from it, but Alex is really working hard to stay on his back wheel. Back in position 3 and 4. Jack Cotton versus Dennis Charlotte. A great battle forming there with Dennis closing up through the infield, and he's going to look to make a move, I think, again through turn 9 if he doesn't get it done at Nana's. He's having a look for the inside move into Nana's, and he does get that done. Now's his opportunity to make a bit of a break. If he can get ahead of Jack and stay ahead of him down the length of the straight, he's going to have a chance of holding that third position the whole way. As we go back to first and second, we have Dan Jenkins leading Alex McElwain. Dan's pulled a good half second gap now and he's looking pretty comfortable. Alex is holding nearly 3 seconds over Dennis Charlotte, who's managed to break the spirit of Jack Cotton. Jack's managed to slip off the back by 1.5 seconds now. I don't think Dennis has got the time to catch up with the leading two, though, with only 2 laps to go. I will note, however, that Dennis Charlotte and Hunter Charlotte have both made the change to Dunlop tyres this weekend, having previously run a different brand of tyre, previously been on the Pirelli brand. But with the move to Bridgestones for the National Series coming up in January, lots of the competitors who are running the Nationals have chosen to run Bridgestones for their winter and summer series so that they can get the feeling for the bike. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on the last lap. And we do have Dan Jenkins ahead of Alex McElwain. Dan's got about 3/4 of a second gap. Then about 4 seconds back to Dennis Charlotte, who's got a couple of seconds on Jack Cotton. So while it looks like everything's settled down, Hunter Charlotte has shown us that it's all not over and there's still plenty left to play for on the last lap. So let's see if Alex can catch up using a bit of horsepower. Dennis Charlotte's absolutely made a clean break from Jack Cotton now. So it looks like the real dice for position, if there's going to be any, is back in the back field. Just coming around turn 1, turn 2 now. It's a good little dice going on. Watch for that to evolve as they come into the hairpin. But at the front of the field, it's Dan Jenkins by 10 bike lengths over Alex McElwain, with a 5-second lead to Dennis Charlotte. With another 5 seconds back to Jack Cotton. So a good ride from Jack Cotton. He worked very hard to keep ahead of Dennis Charlotte, who's no mean feat to beat, I can tell you, that's for sure. So congratulations, Dan Jenkins, as he comes down towards the line. Takes the win by 3.5 seconds ahead of Alex McElwain. He's going to be 5 seconds ahead of Dennis Charlotte. A good ride from Dennis. Dennis is just getting to grips with the Bridgestone tyres. And coming through for 4th place, Jack Cotton. Jack looks absolutely exhausted after that. And almost got pipped at the post, to be fair, by 5th place Hunter Charlotte. And it looks like Jack might have a problem with his bike and was actually lucky to cross the line. He's looking down at the back end. Should move that bike off the edge of the circuit and push it onto the grass would be the safe place. Push it to the left, Jack. Don't come across the circuit. He's mobile again, but definitely something up with the bike. So that was 250 production and 150 super sport. Next up should be have a go and then training. So the have a go is an untimed class. This is for riders with some experience who want to do more on the track but don't want the pressure of racing in a formula class. The have a go class is open to 400 cc's and above with a lap time that is longer than 2 minutes. The club calls a 2 minute cutoff because below 2 minutes you're actually going exceptionally fast and capable of fitting it in with the formula classes. Even if you're in Formula 1 with a 159.9, you're in a position where you're safe enough to be riding in Formula 1. So we ask that people bear that in mind. Also, we accept that people who are coming into this have a go class are predominantly riding on street tyres. So we don't want to see them pushing themselves and their road bikes to the absolute limit. This is just a chance for them to get a feel and a tryout. Hence, there is no flag start, no flag finish. And just untimed sessions. So just a reminder to all competitors that we are running behind. So if you don't want your races shortened, please make your way to the dummy grid as soon as the 2 minute call is made. We would like to shorten the day by shortening the wait between races rather than shortening the number of laps you guys get to do. So please make your way to the dummy grid now if this is your class. Have a go. Please make your way to the dummy grid now. Could we have all have a go riders to the dummy grid, please? So in the Have a Go Day class, we have a broad variety of bikes. You'll see a large super motard out there. Ducati Panigale. Looks like there might be an R3, maybe it's a 400. Early CBR 600 F2. So early 90s bike, 92, 93. This class is for people who have never raced before, people who want to have a look around the track on their own bike, get a wee bit of experience and a wee bit of excitement and a bit of a feel for what their fellow racers are doing out there. It's a great experience and something I truly recommend everyone have a go at. If you're into motorcycling, you will not believe how much fun it is to get out there and just do a couple of laps enjoying yourself. There's no pressure to perform. We don't call out any lap times. There's no prizes, no points, nothing up for grabs. There's not even bragging rights. The bragging right is to be out there and doing it. It's a great way to have a good day, get some speed on, enjoy the performance potential of your motorcycle. Give it a bit of a thrash. See what it's capable of. See what you're capable of. Maybe you bite the bullet, catch the bug, and feel that racing is for you. The easy way to tell is to have a go. And you can have a go safely here at Motorcycling Canterbury. Thank you to the riders and team members, helpers who have gone on social media and put up a post about today. Please, if you haven't already, or even if you have, jump on social media, put a picture up, a photo from the day. Talk about the excitement you're feeling, the free entry, the open pits that you can come and meet the riders. Commentary. Live stream from RJPTV. So another shout out to a rider who's completed their rider profile sheet. Deegan Nolan, based in Hokitika, age 13, riding a Yamaha R15. He's been riding for 4 years, so started at 9 years old. Major riding achievement, he got a top 5 in New Zealand Superbike 150s. That is awesome. It was his third outing, and before that he hadn't ridden for a year. That is absolutely amazing. Race number 38. Keep an eye out for Deegan Nolan on the Yamaha R15 and 150 Supersport. If you haven't filled out your rider profile sheet for this meeting, you probably haven't heard your name called. Please fill in your rider profile sheet so that I can give out some information about you for the next meeting. So it looks like Wendy's getting ready to hold out the checkered flag for the end of this session. Next up will be the training session. So training is for younger riders who have not raced. The trainers will be wearing a blue vest. First time outers or very inexperienced riders will be wearing orange vests. This is an opportunity for very junior riders to come out and experience racing. There's a variety of bikes out there. One of the bikes you will see is the KO 150. There's a specialist class for KO 150 racing. The bikes are very affordable, around the $4,000 mark. They come on slicks. They're ready to race. All you have to do is put your colours on them. Great for getting your kids into the sport. There's a few KOs in the pits today. You could walk along to pit number 1. You'll be able to see Emma Charlotte's lovely little pink KO 150 there. Keep an eye out for Emma out on the track. Fantastic young lady out there honing her craft. She's often coached and mentored by Angela Charlotte, her mum. Angela does a great job of mentoring the young riders out here, along with her husband Dennis Charlotte. Dennis, course owning Motor Mechanics. Dennis is one of the most winning NZSBK riders of all time, having won in every class of two-wheel road racing. Not just won a race, won a championship. So that's the end of the Have a Go class for this session. As I say, up next is the training class. So training class, please be ready. We would like to shorten the day by shortening the gap between races rather than shortening the races. So while we wait for the next class. So this is the training class. Training class should be out now. Training class out now, please. Training class, the clock is counting. Your session has started. So here we go, the first of the instructors lining up. So the track is open. So the riders in the pink vests are the trainees. You'll notice some of them on extremely small motorcycles out there, half size even. They are the KO 150s, the half size bikes. A great way to get your junior into road racing. They are geared, they have disc brakes. It is a production class, so other than buying the bike and choosing your particular brand of tyres that you would like on it, if you're happy with the tyres that are on it, race on them. Nothing to spend. Buy the bike, buy the gear, and you're away. So you can either talk to Kevin Goddard at Race Supplies or Dennis Charlotte from Motor Mechanics. Both of those guys will be able to assist you in learning more about the KOs. But an absolutely great class for the juniors. I wish I had had the opportunity to start off at 6 or 7 years old half a century ago. A couple more of the trainee class just heading out, getting a couple of laps. Lots of the trainees are extremely nervous, so it takes them a wee bit of time to get their courage up to get out onto the circuit, and that's fair. We certainly don't push anyone. People are allowed to make the decision whether they go out or not. Every rider in the training class gets to set their own pace. Their pace is not dictated by the trainer. The pace is dictated by the rider. That way everyone gets to lap around in a pace they feel comfortable and safe at. It's also, of course, made very clear to everyone that passes are there to be made with courtesy and consideration for slower riders, therefore looking after everybody on the track. This is not a race. Lap times are not called. Race positions are not called. This is merely a chance for junior riders to get out there and experience the thrill of riding. Please support the junior riders. Clap them as they come in. Congratulate them on their riding. Make them feel welcome. Make them feel part of the event. These junior riders will be our future champions. So a shout out to our circuit sponsors. Euromark. Euromark Motorsport Park, named after Euromark Motors. If you're looking for a Maserati, Euromark is the place to go. Turn 2, Abbott's Corner. The Waste Coast Straight leads into Link Kink, supported by Link ECU. Down to turn 4, the Euromark hairpin. Again, Euromark, where you go for your Maserati or your European performance luxury cars. Through turn 5 up to turn 6, Fulton Hogan. Fulton Hogan, long time supporters of the circuit. Through turn 7 into turn 8, the turn we call Nana's, nicknamed after the old lady who used to sit there in Flaggy when the track was first opened. Her name seems to be lost to history, so I'm going to do a bit of research and see if I can figure out who Nana was so that I can truly credit her for her outstanding dedication to motor racing in Canterbury. Nana's leads up to turn 9, the Parks Towing S's through into turn 10. Beautiful passing manoeuvre place, turn 10, one of my favourite passing spots. That leads into the double left-hander, into the Dipper. The Dipper is not used by the car racing, so they don't name it. We call it the Dipper. Come out of the Dipper, up the wee hill, cresting the rise, second, third, fourth gear, short shifting to make sure you don't wheel spin and high side out of there. Through into CMG Motorcycle Sweeper, turn 11, and back onto the main straight. So that is a lap of Euromark Motorsport Park. Other supporters of the circuit. E100racefuel.co.nz, freight-based transport and logistics, Hilton Haulage, Rustley Storage, Motor Trade Finance, drive away sooner with same-day approval, Oceania Consultants, Norwood Farm Machinery Centre, PPG Envirobase, high performance painting, Instant Plumbing and Drainage, Heinz Pipe Systems, DR Britain & Co. Wholesale distributors for Valvoline and Repsol. Hercules Instant Shelters, pop-up gazebos, garden sheds, pet supplies, trampolines. Of course, let's not forget about the Scope Classic. Scope Classic held every year, a car racing event. And of course, the Classic and Post-Classic bike and sidecar racing, CAMS. I believe the CAMS are holding an event here tomorrow, or maybe it's the Bears, one or the other. So more motorbike racing to come out and watch tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Manitou telescopic handlers by AB Equipment as well. And on the dummy grid exit, VIP structural steel. Phone 0800 VIP steel. Shands Mowers and Chainsaws, Husqvarna. Avon Insurance. Mag and Turbo. Parks Towing. Sitting in the Parks Towing S's. Heinz, of course, providing the security barriers for the flag marshals. Large drainage culvert pipes there, reinforced concrete to protect the marshals in the event of worst case scenarios. Transform Graphics. Thank you to all the supporters and sponsors of this circuit. Without your generous support, we would not be able to run these events. So a couple of the trainees starting to pick up their pace now. Just coming into the hairpin. Looks like a wee Ninja 250. Being followed by his instructor. Their instructor. Making good progress through their lap. And again, we look into the dipper where we see the junior riders, the inexperienced, slowly learning their way around the circuit. There is no pressure on these riders to go fast. This is all about them experiencing and having the highs of being out on the track, enjoying the circuit where their father or their mother, their brother, their uncle or their cousin races, getting to see what they see, feeling the buzz and the adrenaline and getting involved. This is truly great for our sport, ladies and gentlemen. Please support these young riders. Please show them encouragement. Reward their courage with a clap as they enter the pits. It must be very daunting for a 5, a 6 or a 7-year-old to be out there looking at this circuit. And again, we see a pass done with plenty of room left out on the outside for the more inexperienced trainees. Good to see. And that's how we can allow trainees with different levels into this group, because everyone is courteous, everyone shows the right way. And there we go, that's the end of this session, ladies and gentlemen. These riders will get to complete their lap, and then we'll form up on the outside of turn 4 Euromark hairpin, take the shortcut through and back into the pits. Our next event will be Formula 3 Pro Twins and Super Twin. And these races have been shortened to 5 laps to improve the flow through the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we have had to shorten the program. We are calling 5 lap races. To ensure we get through the program completely, could we please have everyone from each class up to the dummy grid as soon as the 2-minute call is made? We would like to shorten the day by shortening the gap between races rather than reducing the race number of laps any further. So next up we will have Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin. Could you please begin getting ready, making your preparations to come to the dummy grid? That is Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin. You are up next. So there we go, we heard it loud and clear in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to 5 lap races and 10 minutes for training and 10 minutes for have a go. Please be extremely efficient in making your way to the line for your race so that we do not have to make any further reductions. So we have the training group just exiting the circuit now, coming off at the top end of CMG Motorcycle Sweeper, turn 11, where they enter the pits. Seems to be a wee bit of a discussion going on over at the staging area. All right, so we've got the last couple of bikes moving away from the staging area now. And they'll just be making their way up the escape route up into turn 11 CMG Motorcycle Sweeper, where they will exit the track. And next up we will have Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin. So please make sure you're ready with your bike sorted, ready to be out to the dummy grid as soon as you're called, please. Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin, you are up next. There we go, we have the bikes on track call. Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin. We have the call for bikes on track. You should be out on track now. Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin, on track now, please. Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin, on track now, please. Please, could each class be ready when they are called? We are behind enough as it is. We do not want any more delays. Could we have each class ready as you are called? We do not want any more delays. Hurry up, bike 332. So here we go with the Formula 3 riders forming up on the dummy grid now. Formula 3 is an interesting mix of bikes. 650cc Pro Twins, 320cc 300 Super Sports, 450cc triple converted inline 4 cylinders, e.g. GSX R600s and R6s that have had the injectors and valves taken out so that they only run on 3 cylinders. With those bikes you get the handling of a modern super sports bike, but you get a disadvantage of having 1 cylinder disconnected. As well as that, 125cc Grand Prix bikes are also eligible for this class. There's lots and lots of old RS 125 GP bikes hanging around in Canterbury. It would be great to see a few of them pop back out, be used occasionally in this class. So on pole position we have Dennis Charlotte, followed by Luke Ryder, Ben Rosendahl, bike number 65, 173 Will Furnace, and that's your front row. Looks like Kane Squire in P5, Chris Huddlestone in P6. So we're ready to go. Oh, we have a rider pulled out. So bike number 332 starting from the dummy grid because he failed to exit the pits within the 1 minute pit window. It's good to see the officials are enforcing the 1 minute rule. We are on a time constraint, so we do need every rider out on time. Please ensure as a rider that you are ready for your race. So we're underway, and who have we got out the front? And we have a black flag coming out for rider 338 who started from the pit lane, and that black flag will be for abusing an official. We do not tolerate that under any circumstances. That rider will be put on a trailer and sent home. There is no excuse for abusing an official. So there we go. We have Luke Ryder heading the way ahead of, I'd suggest, Dennis Charlotte from Will Furness in third place, who's tied up in a battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. And as they come down the start-finish straight, it is Luke Ryder by half a dozen bike lengths ahead of Dennis Charlotte. Now, we'll say that Dennis has made a change on all his bikes to Bridgestone. There's Will Furness going through, followed by, would that be Kane Squire or Chris Huddlestone? By Kane Squire, then Ben Rosendahl and Chris Huddlestone ahead of Harriet Grace, Rob Edmonds, Jason Moreland, Lucas Scott, Shane Johnston, Ollie Ward, Kieran Kelly, Oliver Wright and Cleve Click-On. Samuel Hawkins, Maya Wilcox, Caelan South, Kerry McCormick, Phil Bungie, Al McMaster, Cameron James. So there we have Luke Ryder in the front by a couple of seconds ahead of Dennis Charlotte, who's ahead of Will Furness and Kane Squire. So the Will Furness-Kane Squire battle will be an interesting one. Both Nelson lads, both know each other's riding style quite well. And there we have the black flag up for bike 322. Black flagging riders is not something that is done lightly. However, there is no excuse for the abuse of the official that I saw from up here in the tower. It is uncalled for and unnecessary. The officials are volunteers. Please treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve. So there goes Luke Ryder across the finish line ahead of Dennis Charlotte, followed by Will Furness in third position. Fourth position, Kane Squire, Chris Huddlestone, then Ben Rosendahl. Harriet Grace in seventh, Rob Edwards in eighth, and Jason Moreland in ninth. And everyone out there is putting in their best lap of the session so far. There's Luke Ryder, run off too deep into the hairpin. He's stuck in the gravel, ladies and gentlemen. He's not getting out of there. He's just handed this race lead to Dennis Charlotte, who's got a 8 or 10 bike length gap over third position, which is now second position, Will Furness. Luke's out of the gravel, but he's parked the bike off to the side. He is going to come back round and maybe rejoin the circuit, but he will rejoin in next to last place. Here he comes, he's back on the circuit now. So Dennis Charlotte with a commanding lead due to the mistake by Luke Ryder into the Euromark hairpin. Dennis has a comfy run now, not so comfortable for Will Furness on the Aprilia 660. Will's from Nelson, sponsored by Nelson Motorcycles, and being chased very hard by Kane Squire, also from Nelson. So completely different styles of motorcycles. Kane's on a Yamaha R6 that's been converted to a 450cc machine by removing the injectors and the valves from one cylinder, whereas Will Furness is on one of the new Aprilia 660s, which is a V-twin, fuel-injected V-twin, basically half of an Aprilia RSV 1100. Fantastic bike. But there's Dennis Charlotte leading the way. Will Furness is actually putting in better lap times than Dennis. He's closing in on by half a second a lap. But with only 2 laps to go, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I think that's just Dennis just rolling off a little bit. And now Dennis has made the change to Bridgestone tyres in preparation for the up-and-coming National Championship season. So he's working hard to try and get the feel. The front tyre is a completely different grip proposition to what he has been running in the past. So he's been working with suspension setups and changes, as has Hunter Charlotte, and that actually explains a couple of the get-offs that Hunter's had today. They're just working on developing the feel for Hunter for the Bridgestones after years of other brands. So Bridgestone's very, very new to Hunter, and he will take some adjustment to get used to it. So we're coming up to the white flag lap now as Dennis Charlotte comes on, storming onto the front straight with quite a commanding lead. I'd say he's slowed his times back by a second a lap almost. And here comes Will Furness across the line, followed by Kane Squire and Chris Huddlestone. Kane and Chris both putting in their best lap time so far of the race. Chris in fourth place, actually 0.2 of a second faster than Kane, so let's see if he can close that gap down on the last lap and make it count. So commanding lead from Dennis Charlotte as they run down into turn 4. Euromark hairpin. Dennis taking a nice tight line. Will Furness going extremely defensive. He can obviously hear Kane Squire behind him. Now Will's bike pulls a bit of a gap as they come out of turn 4, but Kane closes up that gap as they come through turn 7. And there's Kane right on his back wheel. He's going to have a wee look. He's not going to be close enough through into turn 8 into there, but he may well get the run on him onto turn 9. So watching the dice for second and third position between Will Furness and Kane Squire. Will's holding a nice defensive line. He's blocking out Kane as they come into the Parks Towing S's. This is the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Kane's only got 1 or 2 passing opportunities left. He might make a look into the dipper. He's not going to have a look there. He's also got to be careful of the guy behind him. Is that Chris Huddlestone who's going to try and pinch third off him? So it's all on to play for second, third and fourth as we have Will Furness, Kane Squire and Chris Huddlestone all making the dive for the line. As they come around Euromark sweeper, it is Kane Squire. It's Dennis Charlotte by 5 seconds ahead of Kane Squire. No, sorry, ahead of Will Furness. Then Kane Squire in third, Chris Huddlestone in fourth, Ben Rosendahl in fifth. Let's see who's going to come through in sixth. That could in fact be Harriet Grace. I know it looks like Luke Ryder has made a miraculous recovery to come back through into sixth position ahead of Harriet Grace in seventh. Now I would say that that's a great ride from Harriet Grace. So in eighth, Rod Edwards in ninth, Jason Moreland, 10th, Sam Johnston, 11th, Oliver Wright, 12, Lucas Scott. Sixteenth, Kieran Kelly, 17th, Kaylin Self. That's a great ride from Kaylin. Good lap time there too with a 1:51. Well done. Ollie Ward, home in 11th position, I believe. That's a good ride from Ollie. Ollie was a have-a-go rider not more than 3 or 4 events ago, so that's a big effort. And as they roll off the circuit, round through the shortcut into the Euromark sweeper, could we please have Formula 1 and Formula 2 ready for their race? You will be called in a matter of seconds. That is Formula 1 and Formula 2. Please be ready for your race. You will be called in a matter of seconds. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The big boys are coming out, Formula 1 and Formula 2. This is where we see the speed, the performance, the horsepower. This is where we see the lap times heading towards the 1:32s. The big horsepower, the big speed, the big bravery, the big brakes. This is for 600cc and above motorcycles. Back in the day, you would have seen the likes of GSX-R 600s, Yamaha R6s and Honda CBR 600s ruling the Formula 2 class. These days, Triumph 675s seem to be the go for that. Bit more capacity, a bit more torque from the triple motor. Of course, Suzuki and Yamaha choosing to step away from the 600cc class. Kawasaki and Honda still producing really cool 600cc sports bikes. And in fact, I see a very, very nice road-going CBR 600 sitting in the pits. You should walk down and have a look at that. It's beautiful. Current edition 2025 model CBR 600 owned by one of the spectators here. Absolutely lovely bike. Congratulations on your purchase there, Daniel. So heading the guys out to the front, Michael Lee. Michael Lee, a long-time campaigner, stalwart of motorcycle racing. Been campaigning a Kawasaki for a number of years. I'd throw out the term decades, but I don't think he'd approve. We have John Lowther out there. And here we go, Michael Lee leading them out. Christopher, mate, still haven't sent me up your rider profile sheet, so I don't know your last name. Can't call you out. Sorry, bud. Please bring up a rider profile sheet and I will change that. So Doug Oxenham, Angus Finn, Patrick Jones, Heath Boddicker, Stephen Brown, Brendan Ray, Aaron Scott, Dan Jenkins, Garth Wilson, John Lowther and Gary Graham, along with Michael Lee and Christopher, I don't know your last name. So that's Christopher on the red and black GSX-R. If someone from his team, one of his assistants, one of his helpers, if they could bring me up a slip of paper with his last name on it, I'd appreciate it. So riders forming up on the dummy grid now. Dan Jenkins forming up in P1. Dan must be super fit. He rides in so many different classes. Heath Boddicker in position 2. Garth Wilson in P3. Angus Finn in P4. So here we go. Watch for Heath Boddicker to get the whole shot, but look for Dan Jenkins to stick it up the inside in turn 1, and there goes Heath. Now, of course, Heath has the advantage of capacity, but he has the disadvantage of the bike's heavy weight by comparison to Dan Jenkins on the 660. So Heath slots into first place. Dan Jenkins slots in behind him nicely. Now let's watch for the braking duel as they run down to the hairpin. Says Heath, he's making a break. He's pulling out a couple of bike links. Dan will close that up as they come down in through Link Kink. And watch for Dan Jenkins to make the big dive on lap 1 as they come into turn 1. He's actually holding a good defensive line. I don't think Dan's going to get round the inside of him this time. And in fact, Dan has run wide. Heath's going to pull a little bit of a gap out as they run up into turn 6, Fulton Hogan. Oh, and there's Dan Jenkins. He's not going to get it done through there, despite the fact that it looks like he makes the pass. He has to slow down significantly for the entry into turn 7 and through out of Nana's. Heath's going to get the run on him up to the straight, but Dan looks like he's going to stick it up the inside, and he has done so. So that's a successful pass for Dan Jenkins into turn 9. And as they come through turn 10, it doesn't look like Heath's got an answer for him through there. Now, the place where Heath does have the advantages as they come out of the dipper and up the wee chute, round through to CMG Motorcycle Sweeper and down onto the straight. And it's the straight where, through CMG Motorcycle Sweeper and down the exit of the straight, where Heath Boddicker should be able to close up some of the gap. But it looks like Dan Jenkins has got a fantastic exit, and he looks like he's going to hold that gap right down the length of the straight. And that's John Lowther behind. John Lowther riding very, very well today as well, also on an Aprilia. So great to see John back and running in 3rd place. Michael Lee behind in 4th place. So Dan Jenkins setting the pace with a 140.4 from a standing start. Heath Boddicker behind with a 140.8 and John Lowther with a 140.9. Michael Lee a 143. So it's definitely Dan Jenkins got the advantage in this one. 3 or 4 bike lengths already ahead of Heath Boddicker. Heath will never give up. He will try right to the very end, but in doing so, may find that he manages to get closed down by John Lowther. Now, John will be riding just picking nice lines, nice braking, looking for smooth flows. He won't be trying to force it. He'll just be trying to hold pace and try and gently close that gap. He's got 5 laps to do it. He doesn't need to panic. So watch for John Lowther in 3rd place. Oh, and there we have a bike off onto the grass through turn 9. He's managed to recover. So that was, I'm not sure, that might have been Aaron Scott actually off onto the grass on turn 9. That was a massive moment and a huge recovery for him there. Not many people manage to recover if they slide off onto the grass in turn 9, I can assure you of that. So there we go, Dan Jenkins with a 1, 2, 3 second lead over Heath Boddicker, with 2 seconds ahead of John Lowther and another second ahead of Angus Finn, Aaron Scott and Michael Lee, slightly ahead of Garth Wilson, followed by Gary Graham, Stephen Brown and Patrick Jones. That's a good wee field we've got going on there. Doug Oxham following on behind in P11. So Dan Jenkins really putting the pace on with a 135.6. That's broken the back of the rest of the field. Next closest lap time, 137.2 by Heath Boddicker. So a second and a half faster from Dan Jenkins, 138.0. So 2.4 ahead of 3rd place John Lowther. Absolutely flying Dan Jenkins on the Triumph. So Dan Jenkins, supported by Lock and Code and Moto Mechanics. I hope I've got that right, Dan, because you haven't filled in your rider profile sheet. I know riders who've been around for a long time feel that they don't need to fill in the sheet because they think I know them. But the fact is, their sponsors change, their bikes change, their colours change. And with the sheets, it makes it much easier for me to give your sponsors a shout out. Heath Boddicker, Anchor Engineering, for example. It's Dan Jenkins on the Lock and Code bike. Again, couple of seconds a lap faster than Heath Boddicker, and in fact that's a new PB on this race today by Dan Jenkins, a 1:35.522. Heath Boddicker, a 1:37.566, so 2 seconds a lap faster by Dan Jenkins, so that's given him a really, really good comfort level there. With 2 laps to go, I can't see anyone catching Dan Jenkins. Heath Boddicker looks like he's settled into a nice, comfortable second place ahead of John Lowther. Now, John's got Aaron Scott to contend with. Now, it looks like Aaron's had a little mishap, which he did coming out of turn 9, slowed him back and put him way back into the midfield. But Aaron's got some pace with him. In fact, Aaron Scott and Angus Finn both in the 37s while John's doing 38.2s. So John better look out because Angus and Aaron have got the toe and they're coming to get you, mate. But all credit to Dan Jenkins coming round to take the white flag. He's got a considerable lead ahead of Heath Boddicker and John Lowther ahead of Aaron Scott. Who will be ahead of Angus Finn. So there's Dan Jenkins crossing the line, taking the white flag. Heath Boddicker on the Canterbury engineering bike. John Lowther, Aaron Scott, and Angus Finn. Now, Aaron Scott's 0.3 of a second faster than John Lowther, but John's got half a second on him. It's going to be close when they get to the line, ladies and gentlemen, the battle between 3rd and 4th, but I think Aaron's done enough to hold 4th, with John holding 3rd, I would suggest. The race has got a wee bit spread out as the race goes on. Often the case with the big bikes. Find one person having a great day and one person having not so good. I will note that the big bikes, the riders get tired very, very quickly, the amount of horsepower and weight that they're having to muscle around, especially on a hot day like today. So here we go, Dan Jenkins leading Heath Boddicker, John Lowther, Aaron Scott, Garth Wilson, followed by Michael Lee and Steve Brown. Gary Graham, Patrick Jones and Doug Oxham. Christopher, bike number 79, GSXR, and Brendan Ray. So here we go, to take the checkered flag. It is Dan Jenkins on the lock and code bike. If you have any problems with your locks, please give Dan Jenkins a call. Lock and code. Followed by Heath Boddicker, Anchor Engineering Nelson, and John Lowther. John, fill in your rider profile sheet so that we can give your supporters and sponsors a shout out. Aaron Scott, good ride from Aaron. Aaron gets a fair bit of support from PS Motorcycles, so I'll give PS Motorcycles a shout out despite the fact that Aaron has also not completed his rider sheet. So there we go, great ride by Dan Jenkins with a best lap time of 1:35.482. A good ride. Heath Boddicker, 1:37.266 was his best for the race. John Lowther, a 1:38.077. John's getting his eye back in, coming back in nicely. Aaron Scott, a 1:37.5. Garth Wilson, a 1:39.0. Steve Brown, a 1:39.3. And actually, Steve, you achieved that on your last lap. Well done. Michael Lee, 1:40.7. And Patrick Jones, also on a 1:40.1. Good riding there. So there we have the Formula One bikes coming in. Next we will have 300 Supersport. 300 Supersport, please be ready to head out. We would like to shorten the day by shortening the gap between races rather than shortening the number of laps you do. 300 Supersport, please get your gear on and be ready to go. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, forming up for 300 Supersport next. And joining me in the commentary tower, we have Dennis Charlotte. Welcome, Dennis.
Yeah, g'day Ian, how are you? Yeah, g'day Ian, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate. Good to see you coming up, mate. It's nice to have a wee bit of help in the commentary box. How are you finding those Bridgestone tyres, mate? They're a bit of a change from what you're currently used to?
Yeah, I guess when you change tyres, there's always each manufacturer makes them a little bit differently. So yeah, just need to reset the bike up to suit the Bridgestones, get us ready for the Nationals. Poor old Hunter's had a couple of crashes, just not getting the feeling from the front like he's used to. So, but he's good. You know, he just came in and we're trying some changes and he went out in the last one and he was quite happy with it last time. So
nice.
See if he can go out there and do a bit better this time.
Nice. Look, it's always, like you say, it's always a big move when you change tyres. With Bridgestone coming in as the control tyre for this season, it's put everyone on the same foot. So I think that's not a bad thing. For guys who've had to change brand, of course, they're on a steep learning curve, and there is a lot to be done setup-wise. And I do see that some of the guys who have shifted to Bridgestone are definitely struggling with the front. So you just put a bit more weight on the front, try and get it to turn a bit better, load that tyre a little more.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It was coming in cold, pretty much cold. So we jacked the bike a little, and I gave him a little more rebound because he was pushing. He said when he opened the throttle, it was running wide as well. So needed to try and hold the front down a little more. But after the last session coming in, he had a good tyre temperature. So hopefully hasn't knocked his confidence too much, and he can get out there and just get the job done again.
Yeah, I had a wee chat to him in the pits after his wee second get off in the dipper this morning. He looked a wee bit despondent, but he said that he was happy and that he was pleased he was making progress despite the couple of get offs. So I think an attitude like that from a young man is great to see. The fact that he's prepared to put his head down and push on despite some challenges. So let's not give away all your setup secrets, mate.
Yeah.
So here we have the 300s getting ready to go out. So being headed out by Diego Petrucci, followed by Peter Fish, Cappy Colworth, Charlie Newham, Harriet Grace. Harriet's been having a good ride this weekend, mate.
Yeah, Harriet's come along in leaps and bounds, and she's been doing lots of Friday practicing and really putting the hard work in and doing lots of training outside of here. I see her on Facebook saying that she's doing the running and doing all the other stuff that you kind of need to do to reach the top of the 300 Supersport national level. So yeah, I'm sure when nationals comes here, she'll be able to step it up again, and she'll have the fitness, and she's doing the spade work to reap the rewards hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think she's done extremely well. I've watched her progress over the last few meetings, and definitely her riding's coming along, her fitness is improving. So I'm looking forward to watching her race at the Nationals. I know that she's been given a bit of support by Rod Price at the Helicraft Racing, so good on you, Rod. Thanks for putting up some support for Harriet. It's fantastic to see. There's a big field, the 300 class. There's lots of riders to talk about and lots of people who are doing good stuff. Diego Petrucci, he's another one who's coming along in leaps and bounds. How do you see his performance heading towards the Nationals?
We'll see with Diego. Unfortunately for Diego, he seems to go really, really good, and then he has a really big crash. So he never seems to have a little crash. He always seems to have a big one, which really mucks up his bike and knocks his confidence a little. But he's another hard charger as well that just puts it to one side, and they get the bike fixed and get back out on the track and give it another crack. So. Yeah, it's an amazing class. I'm not riding in it this year, but I recommend this class to so many people to go back to basics and learn how to ride before they get on a 600 or a super bike.
Absolutely, I would totally agree with that. I think there's many a road rider who rides a super bike on the road who thinks that they can just come out here and open the throttle and be fast. And there's so much more to racing than that. You've got some craft and some skill you need to learn. There's raw talent will take you so far, but you need to learn skill. You need to learn racecraft. You need to learn about passing, braking, cornering, throttle control, all of those things that as a road rider we think we have, but when we get out on the track we find ourselves sorely lacking in lots of zones. So I think sending those big superbike riding street riders into the 300 class, it might give their ego a little bit of a knocking here and there, but I think as soon as they've done a couple of laps with some of these young chaps who just absolutely charge away and show them how it's actually supposed to be done, they learn that perhaps they need to spend a wee bit of time in this class and actually learn about corner speed and braking and handling and bike control, and then worry about moving up to high horsepower speeds.
Yep, 100%.
So here we go, lining up and getting ready to go. And there we have Hunter Charlotte on pole position. Let's see if he can get a good launch this time.
There he
and here's away, and that's a great launch from Hunter. He definitely gets a good launch. His lightweight certainly helps him.
Yeah, it certainly helps him. You know, like he's struggling in Australia to getting off the line over there on his 300, but he comes over here and he said he just wishes he could get the same clutch feel on his Australian bike as this bike. You know, he just can't seem to get off the line over there. Then he has to battle through the field. So, but yeah, he definitely gets good starts here.
So the bike in Australia, is it a different model?
It's a new 2024 model.
Yep. So the bike he's riding's an earlier generation?
Yeah, it's a 2020, this one.
Nice. Look at those braking jewels into turn 4. Absolutely amazing, the little bikes. 2, 3 and 4 wide as they come through there. But there's Hunter Charlotte with a good break ahead of Jethro Bowman, and Will Furness back in 3rd place.
The amazing thing about this class is it doesn't matter where you are in the field, you know, like from first to last, there's battles happening all over the field. So it doesn't matter what talent level you're at. If you come into this class, there'll be always someone to race with, and that's guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the person right at the back, you know, they've still got someone in view. They can still chase, follow lines, pick up braking points, learn their craft. And here comes Hunter into the dipper where he's been having the problems today. He's looking nice and smooth through there. So that's a great sign. Looks like he's starting to get a bit of feel for those Bridgestones. Of course, a change of brand, change of tyre manufacturer makes a huge difference in the way the bike behaves. Some bikes are better on the front, some tyres are better on the back. So a lot of big learning curve for young Hunter in changing brands. But there he goes, he's pulled out a good couple of seconds over Jethro Bowman. And that's a good lap time from a standing start of 1:48.3 for Hunter Charlotte. Good dice for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th there. Good to see some battles going on in the back of the field as well. In fact, battles all over the place. It's so hard to know where to look in this class. But as we look to the front of the field, there goes Hunter Charlotte leading through Link Kink ahead of Jethro Bowman, Will Furness. There's Harriet Grace up into 4th place. Good ride from Harriet ahead of Diego Petrucci and Oliver Wright, with Lucas Scott back in 9th. Just the braking jewels into Euromark Corner, turn 4. It's a great place to watch from over there. Another place I really like watching from is Link Kink. Great for watching the big bikes from over there. With the major battle happening for 3rd place, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th between Will Furness, Harriet Grace, Diego Petrucci and Oliver Wright. Lots of dicing going on there.
The big challenge today, Ian, is in the hairpin at Euromark there, and even at the Link corner there is the tailwind. Yep. So, you know, you go flying down into there, you know, probably 20 k's an hour faster than what you normally are. Really easy to misjudge a braking marker and overshoot. So, and same with the Link Kink over there. You know, you can be pushed wide into that. Whoa!
Oh, and there's another one out on the grass. That's, he's looking a bit winded, but he's moving. He's very disappointed with himself. He's staggering away.
It's not a good place to come off there. I've come off there more than once, and it's normally a pretty heavy crash coming out of there.
You and me both, mate. It's not my favourite place to crash for sure. It is one of my favourite corners on the circuit, however.
You just got to make every corner your favourite corner, Ian. That's what you got to do.
Dude, that's for champions like yourself. For mere mortals like me who just like coming out and doing some laps, we're allowed to pick a favourite corner, mate. So there we go. Hunter Charlotte, a good 100-metre distance ahead of P2.
Jethro.
So that's Jethro and P2.
He seems to be hanging on to Hunter this time, and but there's still a good battle back there for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Yeah, looking like a good race down the field a little there, but
Yeah, Diego Petrucci's doing good, just holding there in 5th place. It's Harriet Grace having a great ride in 4th. Very impressed with her riding today, mate.
yeah, mate, she's been awesome, eh? So, you know, with all these the women's racing happening all around the world, and the avenues opening up for women to come racing, you know, it's these sort of good results in these little classes will get them through to, you know, possibly one day riding something like an R7 in the world women's competition. So,
well, good pass there. Oh, and he has made the pass into turn 10. That's a good pass. I love that passing move. It's been my favourite pass in the entire circuit, is the move into turn 10. It's a difficult manoeuvre to make. I've seen a few people try it today and not be able to pull it off. You've got to carry a lot of extra speed through that turn 9 to make that pass into turn 10.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite passes, passing in there. You know, like I've worked hard over the years to get a good line through the infield through there, and you know, a lot of other people can't get around it like I can. They don't know how I get around it, but yeah, I love passing into there. It's a great place to pass.
Yeah, it was certainly my favourite passing place on the circuit as well. There, and I actually quite like to dive up the inside into Link Kink.
Oh, yep. It's pretty fast there if you make a mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to get it wrong, that's for sure. So there we go, Hunter Charlotte, best lap time 1:43.983. How does that compare to his PB around here, Dennis?
Well, he's done a 41.8, so hopefully he's riding around and trying to get a good feel for those tyres and just warming himself into it rather than trying to set any lap records today. And it's no, it's pretty hard out there today. The track's so hot that it's a little bit slippery, and it's just not as quite as grippy as what it normally is. And it just really only takes one little slip and then you're down. And so yep. Hopefully he's using his head and just trying to feel what that front end's doing, and you can get back to me with some information of what he's feeling so that we can change the bike and try and improve it.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely Ruapuna, the surface does go away in terms of grip as the temperature increases. I find once it gets above 45 degrees surface temperature, the track starts feeling a little oily on the surface. I think its best temperature's around that 32 degree mark.
Yep.
That's when the surface feels really nice, provides optimum grip. And there we go, there's Hunter Charlotte taking the white flag. And good gap there.
Jethro.
From Jethro. And oh, look at that dice going on for 3rd and 4th, mate. That's all. And 5th and 6th too.
Yeah. Harriet will get her ante up soon. She won't like that. Oh, there she goes into turn 1 underneath Diego. What a move. That was awesome.
That is a good move through there. And she's actually managed to hold it really nice and get a good exit as well.
Yep.
Sometimes you make that move into turn 1, turn 2, and you actually stuff your exit and lose all of your run down to Link Kink and out through Link Kink and down into the hairpin. So it's got to be, you've got to make sure you got that move into turn 1 nailed before you pull it off.
You know, Diego won't give up though. He'll be there, a man with a dog with a bone. You know, like he'll be determined to get back past Harriet. So
absolutely, and he looks like he's lining up for a move, but he's pulled out of it. Maybe he's going to have a go. Turn 9, possibly turn 9, turn 10. He's not close enough yet, though. He's going to have to get a lot closer than that to make that move stick.
Yeah, so Harriet's been very good through the infield lately too. So.
Looks like she's taking a defensive line. It's letting Diego close up on her.
Yeah. Here we go. No,
he's not going to get it done. Not going to get it done. But as we come around to Lapper P2.
Where's Jethro gone?
So as we come on to the main straight, it is Hunter Charlotte by half the length of the straight. The best lap time 1:43.989.
He's still there.
Followed across the line by Jethro Bowman. Will be followed by Harriet Grace and Diego Petrucci. A very, very good ride from Harriet and Diego. It was close dicing all the way to the finish line there. Good to see. Fantastic riding there from everyone in that class. close dicing, action aplenty. So as we run through Hunter Charlotte, Jethro Bowman, Harriet Grace first, second and third. So Hunter sponsored by Motor Mechanics and...
Mum and Dad.
And Mum and Dad.
No, he's sponsored by quite a few people. It's been really humbling for him to receive so much support and help from, there's so many people. The club's been helping him with his overseas racing in Australia. Dan at Lock & Co's been supporting him. Optima Accountancy's been supporting him. There's just so many people that have been helping him, which has just been great. Even Grant from the Yamaha team gave Hunter a whole lot of second-hand tyres to sell, and that's been really good for him as well. There's been just all sorts of different avenues of people trying to help him out. So it's just been amazing, really. Just amazing, and I'd like to thank everybody on Hunter's behalf for everyone that's helped him so far. It's been fantastic, and I think he's really worked hard and given some good results. So I think people that are supporting him, they're quite pleased to support him because he's doing so well.
Yeah, I think it's great to see a young Kiwi guy being given the opportunities to go and race overseas, race in Australia, and getting some bit of financial support and assistance to actually make it happen. So thank you very much to all the supporters for Hunter Charlotte. But thank you to all the supporters for motorcycle racing in general as well, not just for Hunter. Without the supporters and sponsors, we wouldn't be able to hold this event. Without the officials and the flaggies, we would not be able to hold this event without St John's. So thank you to all of you. So coming up next, we will have 250 Production 150 Supersport. Awesome. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So nice to see a few spectators over at the Denny Holmes grandstand. I hope you're getting a great view from over there. Good to see a few spectators around the circuit. Thank you to the people here in attendance who have posted on your social media. Great work. Let's chuck another post out. Just a quick one. Yay, we're having a great day post. Thanks to the spectators who've come along post. Thanks to the sponsors, thanks to the supporters, and thanks to the team members post. The more we can get this out on social media, the more we can promote our sport. RJP TV, shout out to them. Thank you guys for live streaming this event. Perhaps with the live streaming, we might see a few more spectators come along and watch. So thank you very much, guys, for that. Appreciate your work. To the grid marshals, to Wendy, the starter, thank you very much for your hard work during the day, the sun beating down on you. Please make sure, as a rider, as a teammate, that you go and thank the officials for the hard work that they've put in today. Steaming hot. So here we go, 250 Production, 150 Supersport. Pretty small field. If that's all we've got, that's what we've got. If you're still waiting in the pits, you better get a wiggle on. We are using the timer. You will be stopped at 1 minute from exiting the pits. So here we go with the riders forming up on the grid now. Everyone's starting to take their place. So front row, Dan Jenkins, Alex McElwain, Dennis Charlotte. Then a gap on P4, P5 and P6. Oh, there's a good start from Alex McElwain, and again, Dan Jenkins caught back in the pack. Back to 10th place for Dan Jenkins. That won't bother him too much. He loves making the passing manoeuvres. And there he goes, snaking up past 1, 2, 3 already. Certainly not shy on making a pass, Dan Jenkins. But Alex McElwain got the run from the start. He's trying to make a break for it. This is his best opportunity to win a race. He's just got to keep his head down and keep going. He's made a good effort from the start. Dennis Charlotte maybe in second position. Look at that. That's Dan Jenkins up to second position already. From 10th or 11th off the line into second. You're going to have to put your head down, Alex. He's coming for you. So Alex McElwain with a 5-second lead at the moment, ahead of Dan Jenkins, followed by Dennis Charlotte. Let's see how Alex goes. 4 laps to go. Alex McElwain a 1:58.9. Dan Jenkins a 2:01. Dennis Charlotte a 2:02. Josh Sokolov a 2:05. That's good riding from Josh Sokolov and up into 4th place. That'll be his best run for the day, I would imagine. He's ahead of Carl Waho in 5th and Ernie Luddick in 6th, Tarek Dean in 7th and Ryder Chamberlain in 8th, with Sam Fisher, or Fraser was it, in 9th. It doesn't look like Dan's really closing down the gap on Alex. Alex looks like he's holding it consistently at about 4.5 seconds. As they come looping around Nanas, Alex takes a very wide line. Dan a little tighter. Dennis Charlotte takes a nice wide line out of there as well. So Josh Sokolov being followed quite closely by Carl Waho. It's a good effort from Carl. Carl's pretty new to the racing scene. To be running up in 5th place, dicing for 4th, a big effort from him. Well done, congratulations. It's a fantastic effort. Hey, he's dicing with Josh Sokolov. Behind them is Ernie Luddick and Tarek Dean. Now, Tarek's been racing for a lot of years, a lot of experience on post-classic bikes. ZXR 750, I think, was his go-to. Spent many a year racing against Tarek Dean. And look at that, how close is that across the line between Tarek Dean and Eddie Luddick? Half a wheel. Fantastic racing. But at the front of the field, it's still Alex McElwain. The gap is closing, though. Dan Jenkins' best lap time, 1:53.036. That's the best of the day. Alex McElwain, 1:53.1. So only closed it by 0.1 of a second, and he's only got 3 laps to go. So he's going to have to work really, really hard if he wants to close that down. Dennis Charlotte looks like he's settled in for a really happy 3rd place. Oh, and a big passing manoeuvre on the brakes into Denny Holm Euromark turn 4. So that's between Carl Waho and between Carl Waho and Josh Sokolov. The dice between them for 3rd and 4th. 4th and 5th, sorry. And Dan is closing Alex down, but 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go at the end of this one. He's going to have to really put his head down if he wants to close that gap. So here we come down onto the main straight, and the gap has come down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how much he's been able to close it down on this lap. As there goes Alex through his best time, 1:52.574, was just beaten by 1:52.568 by Dan Jenkins. Looks like Alex is managing to hold that gap by putting in his own personal bests, and Dan isn't really able to make any inroads despite putting in personal best for himself. So, all things considered, good racing from Alex McElwain to head off Dan Jenkins so far with a lap and a half to go, lap and 3/4 to go. We're coming into Dan's favourite part of the circuit. From the hairpin round to Nanas. This is where he makes up most of his ground, so let's see what he can pull back here. And he has got a very, very clean exit that time, Dan Jenkins, and he has managed to pull back a little bit of a gap. It's certainly not going to be enough to close him down on this lap, but every 10th counts. Good dice back in the tail end of the pack too, around sort of that place 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's going to be a braking duel going on into the Euromark hairpin here for the back end of this field. And a big lunge up the inside. Beautiful pass manoeuvre there. And back to the front of the field. It is Alex McElwain. Still with a 4-second lead over Dan Jenkins, who looks like he's got a 5-second lead ahead of Dennis Charlotte, who seems to have settled quite nicely for 3rd place. He's got plenty of gap back to him to 4th. And in fact, 4th place almost looks to be settled as well. And I wonder, is that Carl Wahoo who's managed to pinch 4th place so far? So, there we have it. Alex McElwain ahead of Dan Jenkins and Dennis Charlotte. Alex by 4 seconds. That's an amazing one ahead of Dan Jenkins, although Dan did have to battle his way through. Oh no, sorry, we're on the white flag. 1 lap to go. I think barring a mistake from Alex though, I think he's got this one in the bag. As he comes out of Euromark hairpin, Dan Jenkins still not giving it up. He's trying for a wider line, carry more corner exit speed, trying to get a run down through into turn 6 of the Fulton Hogan S's. I think he's going to count on a mistake from Alex McElwain to have any effect on this race though. Alex just needs to ride a nice smooth last half a lap and he's got this one in the bag. Nice wide exit for Alex McElwain as he comes round into Parks Towing S's, my favourite part of the circuit. So lots of people putting in their personal bests as the race winds down. It's good to see people still pushing on and trying hard despite the fact that positions look pretty well settled for most people. Still some dicing going on back in that 11th, 12th sort of area. So still plenty to play for in the top 10 positions. And here we go. Here's Alex McElwain taking the well-deserved checkered flag with a 5-second win over Dan Jenkins in 2nd place, and it'll be Dennis Charlotte to come through to take 3rd place. That's a great ride from Dennis today, considering he has also made the change to Bridgestones and is just trying to learn and understand the tyres. So that's fantastic to see, a very good effort from him. In 4th place, it looks like we will have Carl Wahoo. That's a great ride from Carl. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Carl's just beginning his racing journey, and so great to see. Josh Sokolov, personal best on the last lap, 1:59.597. Good to see that he was keeping on the pace along with Tarek Dean, also riding very well. So as Dennis alluded to at the start of the 300 Supersport, it's a great way to go racing because there is definitely lots and lots of opportunity to have a dice and have some fun. Of course, 250 production, there's probably plenty of 250 production bikes sitting in people's garages, so it would be a extremely cost-effective way if you could find a old 250 production bike lying around to come club racing. Again, a good way to get a start. The lack of horsepower means you have to rely on corner speed, which means accurate braking, not over braking. Accurate picking of your markers, your braking marker, your turning point, your apexes and your exits. Of course, as a road rider, that's things that we don't generally think about. We just flow one corner to the next, not particularly concerning ourselves with apexes and braking markers. But once you get on the track, you find that they're an extremely important part of your riding. Critical, in fact, if you want to go fast. Oh, look at that. We have another rider profile sheet. Josh Hook. Well done, Josh. Thank you for providing us with a sheet. So Josh is based in New Brighton here in Christchurch, my home suburb. Good to see you, Josh. I'm sure we'll bump into each other around the beach. Riding a KTM 390. He did it in his late teens, Formula 3 racing years ago, and he did the 2009 Bucket Series. He was a podium threat in old school Formula 3, and in 2009 he was the Buckets King of Ruapuna Champ. He's race number 82 with an orange and black bike. His is orange and black, not the white and orange one. So, classes he's riding in, 300 Supersport, and he's loving it. Good on you, Josh. Great to see you back in racing, mate. Long may it last. So here we go. This is the Have a Go class. Now this is the class for road riders who want to have a bit of a look on the track. Think they might want to have a, maybe they want to go racing. Maybe they just want to see what their bike performs like. Maybe they just want the chance to open the throttle in peace without the risk of the old red and blues firing up behind them. And if you want to do that, this is the place to do it. We've got a great big long straight. You can test out the legs of your superbike. We've got some fantastic corners. We can test out your own legs, see if you can get a knee down to the ground. We don't do lap times for this class. We have a cut-off of 2 minutes to prevent racers from entering this class. This is for street bike riders and people who think they might want to have a go at racing. You'll see a couple of race-prepared bikes out there. I'd suggest that those bikes are new to the riders, or they are loan bikes or hire bikes, or one of their mates has lent them their race bike to have a go. There's nothing wrong with that, but they will be clocked, and 2 minutes is the cut-off. It's a good way to experience the thrill of racing without going racing, without the cost and without the expense. You can hire gear from Motorcycling Canterbury. They have leathers, boots and gloves available for hire, providing that they have something that fits you. You do have to wear your own helmet, of course. So here we go, 10 minutes for the Have a Go class. A chance for them to get out and stretch their legs, wind the throttle and tug the brakes. It's quite exciting as a road rider getting to go out on the track, put a couple of laps in and compare yourself and your bike to the circuit. These riders don't compare themselves to races. There's a huge difference between a race bike setup and a road bike setup. Race bikes are out there on slicks with tyre warmers or production race tyres with tyre warmers. They've got aftermarket suspension, they've got performance enhancements. They've got race-grade brake pads that require some heating up at the start of the day, but once they get some warmth into them, they're absolutely amazing. They provide absolute feel and zero fade, as opposed to the opposite, which is true of our road brakes, where they're good in cooler conditions, but as they get over hot, they tend to fade and go away. So, especially in hot conditions like today, where we're not going to get so much cooling through the discs and brakes, for the sport bike guys, it's important for them to be aware of the limitations of their machines, especially in conditions like this. We are just getting a wee bit of a change of wind direction. Dennis alluded to it earlier that it's pushing down towards the hairpin. So please modify your braking accordingly. It's good to see these have-a-go riders out there having fun. Maybe we can convince one or two of them to buy a race bike and come racing. Maybe they convince their friends to come out and have a go as well. You'll notice we're quite inclusive at Motorcycle in Canterbury. We don't mind if you ride out there on a hyper motard on the have a go. You can bring your beers bike along. Just ask Heath Boddicker. We make Heath welcome every time, despite the fact that his beers bike is super fast. Aaron Scott rides cross between Beers and Motorcycle in Canterbury. There's plenty of choice available for classes. Bring your bike, will fit you into a class. Of course, in the have-a-go class, rider protection is important. A back protector and chest protector is mandatory for this class. And that's just for safety reasons. Oh, and we have a rider down in the hairpin. We have a rider down in the hairpin. The rider is now up and uninjured, so that's good to see. It's always a shame when I see someone lay a bike down in a have-a-go class, because that is usually their road bike as well. We do recommend that you don't overextend yourself in the have-a-go class. It is just for fun. If you turn up at a have-a-go day or a have-a-go class like today, please make sure your tyres are in very good condition. It's amazing how fast a set of road tyres gets chewed up on a track day. Please keep an eye on your tyres during the day, monitor your tyre pressures, make sure they're not getting too high or too low. Remembering that road tyres do not require super low tyre pressures that are run by track day tyres. In fact, it is detrimental to them. Road tyres do not require tyre warmers. It is detrimental to them. Good to see the rider's up and uninjured though, sitting on his bike. He'll just wait for the session to end, and looks like he'll be able to ride it back into the pits, which is good. So we're about halfway through this session now with 5 minutes to go. A couple of riders, they just coming out of the hairpin there, having a wee play, obviously friends, giving each other the nod and the wave. I tell you, there's nothing like having a go on a have-a-go day out there with one of your mates. And it doesn't matter if he's faster than you or you're faster than him. You actually get to ride around and have a bit of camaraderie. Wave at each other, smile. Find out why the other person's faster and where. Have a bit of a discussion afterwards. Maybe you can coach each other, find each other's high points and work on them. So we've just been notified, ladies and gentlemen, over the pits PA that the next round will be race classes only. There will be no have-a-go or training class. It's unfortunate that that class gets chopped off at the end of the day, but it has to be that way. The racers are racing for points towards their series standings, whereas the have-a-go and the training classes are here predominantly for the fun of it. So we apologise to the have-a-go and the training day for not being able to complete their last round, but we are under time pressure. And because we are under time pressure, ladies and gentlemen in the pits, we ask that Formula One, Pro Twin and Super Twin be ready after the training session. That's a lovely Ducati Panigale that's just rolled past me coming across the start-finish line. I might suggest that perhaps it's got aftermarket bodywork on it because it's got no logos, just painted in the Ducati colours. Probably not a bad idea. So we're down to the last 2 minutes, so this would be the last lap for most people. They might get to finish this one off. Beautiful little CBR 600 F2 just rolling through there, crossing the start-finish line in the Rothmans Honda colours from the 80s and 90s. Rothmans Honda colours worn by the likes of Mick Doohan and Wayne Gardner. Australian world champions of MotoGP from back in the olden days of 500 Grand Prix bikes. Of course, we don't talk about cigarette sponsorship anymore, big no-no. But I will congratulate that man on that CBR 600 F2 from 1992 or 93. Resplendent in the Rothmans Honda colours. And we are running well behind time today, ladies and gentlemen. We have to be off the track by 5 o'clock. So we are really, really pushing for time now. I would suggest that every rider be ready for their class when it is called. And so that is the end of the session. And there goes that little CBR 600 F2. Beautiful little bike. Shouldn't really call it a little bike, should I? It's mid-capacity. So next up we have the training class. Training class is predominantly juniors, inexperienced people who've never been on the track before. For the training class, popular bike is the KO 150 for the juniors. It's a half-size motorcycle. You can buy a brand new one for $4,000 or so. I'm sure there's probably a couple of second-hand ones floating around by now. If you want to talk to someone about KOs, have a chat to Dennis Charlotte in the pits, or Hunter Charlotte. He'll point you in the direction of his dad. Or you can contact Kevin Goddard at racesupplies.co.nz. Kevin is one of the distributors of the KOs. Of course, the KOs are supported by Motorcycling Canterbury. They're included in our training class. So 1 minute for the training. Please come to the dummy grid. Training class, please come to the dummy grid. We are trying to shorten the day by shortening the gap between the races. We have shortened the laps enough. Next we will be dropping race classes. Training class, please come to the dummy grid. So if you think you might want to have a go at racing, an ideal way into it is to hire a 250 Ninja from Motorcycling Canterbury. They have them available for hire at this venue at every event. Contact Motorcycling Canterbury or Wendy at MCI and arrange for a bike hire. You can hire the bike, boots, gloves, jacket, potentially even a chest and back protector. You will need your own high quality helmet, however, but the bikes are available for hire. You can come out and you can join the learner class, or you can join the have a go class, or if you've got a little bit of experience, you can even join one of the formula classes, the 250 production, perhaps even Formula 3 if you feel the urge. But you can come out and do a bike hire. It's very inexpensive, and it's a great way to see if you feel that you have what it takes to come racing. Remembering, of course, that racing at Motorcycle in Canterbury is an inclusive event. You don't have to be world champion pace to come along and race with us. Right, ladies and gentlemen, with 1.5 minutes to go of the training session, I would say that this will be the last lap for the majority of these riders, and that they will form up over at turn 4 and then make their way back to the pits. Thank you to the trainers, and thank you to the trainees for coming out and showing some dedication to learning your craft. Great to see. Great to see these young ones out there enjoying themselves as well. It's not always about winning. Sometimes it's actually just about enjoying yourself. So it's great to see. The same with our Have a Go riders. I thank you very much for your participation today. I thank you for your riding, the cleanness and the courtesy you showed. Whoa, and there we have a learner rider who's made a massive exit. Huge mistake coming into the hairpin and ended up on the grass. They tried their best to recover, but ended up spearing off into the dirt. They look fine. They're up and standing, giving the what the hand signal to their trainer. Trainer's right there to help them, make sure that they're okay. The trainer's checking on the rider. The rider is fine. They're having a bit of a discussion about how they ended up in the position they have. And that is all part of learning, ladies and gentlemen. We don't always get it right when we're learning. So please, make sure you give the trainee that has just had a wee oopsie some support, some moral support as they come in, a bit of a clap. These are extremely young riders. Please show them all the moral support you can. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Formula 3. The race laps have been shortened to 4 laps. That is to take account for the time. We had some delays earlier in the day due to a couple of significant crashes that took up a bit of time. We ask the riders, please, the competitors, please be ready for your race when you are called. We are dramatically running out of time. Please be ready for your race as soon as it is called. So we just have Motorsport Rescue heading out to pick up one of the KOs. That was the one that had the incident in turn 4. The recovery crews making their way out there. They're looking to recover the bike as fast as possible so that we can carry on with the day. Good Formula 3 riders, Formula 3 Pro Twin and Super Twin, please be ready as soon as this bike comes in. The next class on the program, Formula 3, Pro Twin, Super Twin. The next class on the program, Formula 3, Pro Twin and Super Twin. So these are going to be a dash for the cash, ladies and gentlemen. 4 laps, no chance to make a recovery if you make a mistake. The dash is on. The start will be critical. This is where you'll see some riders playing mind games. Some waiting in the pits, some being first out. And here we go, Harriet Grace making her way to the front. First up, first out. Good on you, Rod Price, for getting your riders up and out first. Congratulations to Hallicraft Racing. So we have the 2 ladies at the front from Hallicraft Racing. That's Maya Wilcox on bike number 57 for Hallicraft Racing, Bartercard, White's Power Sport, Joe's Garage, Night and Day. And Harriet Grace on bike number 77 from Christchurch. From Hallicraft Racing, Joe's Garage, Bartercard, Night and Day, also acknowledging her personal sponsors Ethos Homes and Casbolt's Motorcycles. Bike number 55, Kieran Kelly, lovely looking bike there, easy to spot with the pink wheels. Bike number 94, Peter Fish, 571, Jason Moreland. Number 34, Carlin Self from Oamaru, supported by Oamaru Honda and Still Shop Oamaru. Luke Ryder, number 1. Luke going out there looking to stamp his authority. We'll also have Kane Squire on the Yamaha R450. Will Furness, bike number 52 from Nelson. Kane Squire, bike number 43. Oliver Wright, haven't mentioned Oliver much today. Oliver Wright on the Wright Golf Yamaha R3, riding in Supersport 300 and Formula 3. Wright's Golf Nelson. Nelson Sections, Proactive Chiropractic Care and Bunker Ball. Charlie Newham, of course, 300 Supersport rider. Big thanks to your mum. Good on you, Charlie. Always nice to acknowledge mum. Thank you, Mum Newham, for supporting Charlie in his beginnings of his racing career. Sam Hawkins, Husqvarna FS 450 Super Motard. And is that Oliver? Who's that right in front of me? Right, Golf Yamaha, number 64. So we have a starter from pit lane, bike number 64, did not make it out onto the grid on time. As I said, we are monitoring the grid times, so please make sure you're out on time. You will have to start from the pit lane, which will ruin your race. This poor man, number 64, he's going to have to wait till that super motard right at the back end is turn 1. That's his race over and done. Whoop. So we had a failure of the lights there. Wendy was still clearing the track when the lights went out. There was confusion abound. The pole sitters did not launch. They recognised that there was a problem on the circuit. So they will all come back round and reform. So this is where we see strategy backfire. The right Golf Yamaha bike number 64 sitting in pit lane obviously waited until what he thought was the last second to leave the pits. Gained the advantage of having his tyre warmers on the longest. Only now he has to wait in pit lane while everyone else has had a circulation lap due to a false start. So everyone else has had the chance to put more heat into their tyres by doing a lap while he's had to sit there on the dummy grid waiting for a start, and his start will be very long. So there we have Dennis Charlotte lining up on the front row of the grid. Pole position, Luke Ryder in second place. Ben Rosendahl in third, Will Furness in fourth. And here we go this time for a start. The lights are on and we're ready to start, and away we go, and it's a good start from Dennis Charlotte, but Will Furness makes a good start and looks like he's going to pinch the whole shot, and he does so from fourth position on the grid, but he gets rounded up round the outside, and I'd suggest that that may be from Dennis Charlotte perhaps, but hard to see from up here that far away. Nope, that's Luke Ryder that's taken the lead. Ahead of Will Furness, Dennis Charlotte. Might be Kane Squire in third place. That's a good start from Kane Squire up into third place. Kane Squire with his suspension fettled by yours truly 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe I need to go down and poke that suspension with another screwdriver. I'm sure it could do with an upgrade by now. Bike still looks like it's handling pretty nice though, if I do say so myself. So here we go with the run onto the main straight. In first position, having a bit of a look back over the shoulder, we have Luke Ryder with a 143, Will Furness with a 144, Dennis Charlotte a 145, Kane Squire a 144. But it's definitely a breakout lap at the front for Luke Ryder. Will Furness riding extremely well in P2. Dennis Charlotte chasing him down in P3 with Kane Squire right behind him in P4. So a good battle for second, third, fourth, and even fifth place. Fifth place closing up quite nicely under brakes. Taking a wider sweeping line to try and carry some more corner speed. Not always the best way through that hairpin. The tightest line shortens up the distance considerably around there. And you're not going that fast around the outside that it's going to make that much difference for the run up to turn 6 Fulton Hogan. Generally the tightest line in the middle of the apex is the best line through turn 4, the hairpin. But there we go, Luke Ryder leading the way, followed by followed by Will Furness, then Kane Squire, Dennis Charlotte. Ben Rosendahl in 5th, Chris Huddlestone in 6th, Lucas Scott in 7th. Ben Rosendahl's been having a good day, sort of been lapping around about that sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th all day. I'm sure he could feel the urgency for a podium. Just got to close up that gap a little bit. But there goes Luke Ryder with a 2-second gap ahead of Dennis Charlotte's made the move on Will Furness. So Dennis Charlotte up into 2nd place, Will Furness back into 3rd. Kane Squire having a good look at him as he comes out of the turn 2 onto Waste Coast Straight and the run down to Link Kink. And Kane actually carries a wee bit more corner speed than Will through Link Kink and closes up a little bit of the gap on him. Good braking jewels into the hairpin. You'll notice that the gap closes up considerably under brakes, and then Constantina's out again under acceleration, but it looks like Kane's just pulled back a couple of bike lengths on Will Furness. We've got 1 lap to go, so this is it. He's either got to get it done or it's none. Lots of riders putting in their personal best on this lap. Ollie Ward down to a 149, Kieran Kelly down to a 150, Kalen Self a 150.2, that's awesome Kalen. Maya Wilcox a 151.4, Peter Fisher 151.8, Cameron James a 151.0, Oliver Wright a 149.7, that's a good lap time Oliver, well done. Kieran McCormack a 155, that's a good effort from all of those riders. All putting in good fast lap times towards the end of the race. But here we go as the race winds down. We've had a change. We've had a change, ladies and gentlemen. It's Luke Ryder, followed by Dennis Charlotte, Will Furness, Kane Squire. Nothing in it between Will Furness and Kane Squire as they came across the line. So always good to see Ben Rosendahl in 5th, Chris Huddlestone in 6th with a 141.653. That's good effort, Chris. Lucas Scott a 146. So running through the top 10 places, Luke Ryder with a 140.9 on his final lap. And to be fair, that was also his best lap. Dennis Charlotte a 140.340. Will Furness in 3rd position. Kane Squire in 4th. Ben Rosendahl 5th. Chris Huddlestone 6th. Lucas Scott in 7th. Rob Edwards in 8th. Harriet Grayson 9th. Jason Moreland 10, Ollie Ward 11, Kieran Kelly 12, Carlin Self from Oamaru 13, Maya Wilcox in 14, Peter Fish in 15. Cameron James 17, Kerry McCormack 18, Gary Graham in 19th, Ben Green in 20th. Tim Maley 21st, Brian Hardacre in 22nd, and Sam Johnston bringing up the rear of the field. But overall winner in this class, Luke Ryder, Dennis Charlotte in 2nd place. So Dennis Charlotte sponsored by Lock and Code and Moto Mechanics. Kane Squire, sponsored by his own checkbook. Good on you, Kane. Good to see a man who loves racing, who's prepared to fund it himself just to be out here and enjoying the scene. Great to see. So we have everyone forming up and rolling through the shortcut back out to the pit entry. Up next we will have Formula 2 and Formula 1. We just have a quick pick-up to do over in turn 8. Nanas on the entrance to turn 8. The rescue crew's heading out there now. They will quickly recover that bike, and then we will have the big guns, Formula 1 and Formula 2. Up next. Some names to watch out for in this class. Aaron Scott. Aaron racing an Aprilia RSV4. Although I note that he wasn't out in one of the sessions today. Not sure what that was about. Heath Boddicker. Ducati V4 Panigale. Supported by Anchor Engineering. And AB's Motorcycles. In Nelson. Dan Jenkins. Dan Jenkins has been out there cleaning up at everything today. Dan Jenkins, Lock and Code. Also supported by Moto Mechanics. So a little bit of controversy in that race, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that there was a pass made under a yellow flag. That is not allowed. No passing under a yellow flag. So we'll wait to see what the officials do about that. So we'll just... So ladies and gentlemen, not far away now from the Formula 1 and Formula 2 coming out for their 4-lap race. This will be the dash for cash, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one that people want to win. The final race of the day, the Formula 1 and Formula 2 race. Watch out for Dan Jenkins on the Formula 2 bike. Look for him to take the fight to Heath Boddicker and Aaron Scott on their big Formula 1 bikes. It's a hot day out there. People will be tired. The smaller, lighter, more nimble Formula 2 bikes may well have a big advantage in this last hot race of the day for the Formula 1, Formula 2 class. Thanks to our circuit sponsors. Euromark. If you're looking for a Maserati, pop in and see the guys at Euromark. Holmes Engineering Excellence. Transform Graphics and Wasteco. Scope. Mag and Turbo, Abbott. MTF, Rustley Storage, Hilton Haulage. Freight Base. E100 Racefuel.co.nz, Sylvester Motorsport. Link ECU sponsoring Link Kink. Parks Towing sponsoring the Parks Towing S's. Wasteco Straight sponsored by Wasteco. Abbott sponsoring turn 1, turn 2. CMG Motorcycles sponsoring turn 11 CMG Motorcycles sweeper. And here we go, Formula 1, Formula 2 out on the track now. And there's Dan Jenkins heading out on the bright orange bike, Heath Boddicker on the blue and white. Patrick Jones. It's a long time since I've called Patrick Jones racing. Garth Wilson heading out. Gary Graham as well. And there goes John Lau, the number 42. Now John finished third overall. He's racing on a Formula 2 bike, so third overall on a Formula 2 bike against the Formula 1s. Massive effort. We're down to a small number of bikes in this class, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 8 bikes out there. So watch for Heath Boddicker on the blue Anchor Engineering AB Motorcycles supported Ducati Panigale to make the big launch off the start-finish line. And then look for Dan Jenkins on the orange bike. Dan's going to try and stick it up the inside into turn 1, turn 2, and if he can't get it done there, he'll get it done on turn 4. Look for the big braking jewels into turn 4, Euromark hairpin. Great view from the Denny Holm grandstand. Another great view is from the entry to Link Kink. Great view from there as well. Of course, the best view in the house is actually where I'm seated, up in the commentary tower. So if there's any racers who've finished their day who want to come up and have a wee look, you're more than welcome to make your way up and see what I can see. You'd be surprised how much I can see of you. Might also give you the inclination to hand me in the rider sheets so that I can call your name, call your sponsors and your supporters out. Everyone likes hearing their name called or their supporter's name called over the speaker. Especially if they put a little bit of money your way. So there we go, Dan Jenkins on the Lock and Code bike, bike number 16. Beside Heath Boddicker on the Ducati Anchor Engineering supported AB's Motorcycles 167 Ducati Panigale. Patrick Jones on bike number 48. So there we go, there's Heath with that good start. Now let's see if Dan can get up inside him on turn 1. He's not going to do it there. How's he looking for turn 2? Good block there from Heath. Now, can Heath get away enough to avoid the braking challenge into turn 4? I don't think he's going to do it. I think Dan's going to have a big look up the inside. In fact, Dan's got a really good run, but look at the horsepower of that Ducati. It just strips bike links out. Dan's decided to have a run round the outside. It's always the long way round, but if you get it good, you can get a good run up into the next right-hander, which is turn 6, Fulton Hogan. There's actually a good wee passing place in there. It's quite a park and turn corner, that one. And look, there's Dan. He's trying to have a look around the outside, but you're never going to make that work. He may get a good run out of Nana's sweeper, though, up into turn 9, the Fulton Hogan S's. And it does look like he's having a look there. He's got to lean on him real hard to close him out, and it's not going to do it. And there's Dan Jenkins through. And watch for Dan Jenkins to put some pace on now as he tries to make a break, because right behind Heath Boddicker is Garth Wilson, and Garth looks like he's on a mission. Oh, and Dan's run a bit wide there. That gives Heath the opportunity to close that gap back up again, but he couldn't do anything about it. as Dan recovers and gets a really, really nice line into the CMG motorcycle sweeper. And as they run around there, it is Dan Jenkins by 2 bike lengths ahead of Heath Boddicker, ahead of just a bike length or so ahead of Garth Wilson. And here we go. Here's the power of that Panigale. Look at that. It just monsters past. Now, can he hold the braking point? Is he going to get run down around turn 2? No, it looks like he's managed to hold off Dan through turn 2. Oh, no, and Dan's got the good run. Now, here we go. There's the power of that Ducati again at the front. And again, we have 2 or 3 bike lengths. Now, watch as Dan Jenkins closes up on him under brakes, and Dan will make a dive for the inside if he's close enough, and if not, he'll roll around the outside. By going around the outside, it really puts the pressure on Heath. It means he has to get his line perfect. He has to get right out of that corner really, really well, because Dan's close enough now to make a lunge into turn 6 into Fulton Hogan. He's not going to do it this time. He's actually dialed in nice and close behind Heath now. He's looking for a run. He's looking for places where he can harass that big bike, where he can use the flickability of the Triumph. And it looks like he's going to have another look underneath through here into the entrance to Parks Towing, and he's not going to get it done. Heath's managed to block him out this time. So are we going to do it into the exit of... Oh, no, he's had a look, but he's not going to get it done there either. Heath's actually looking like he's put in a nice defensive ride through this position. Now, if Heath can actually hold the gap onto the start-finish straight, he can actually pull 4 or 5 or 6 bike lengths out of Dan purely on horsepower alone. That big Ducati makes massive amounts of horsepower by comparison. But look at that. Look at Dan Jenkins having a look around the outside, trying to shortcut and square off the corner, trying to stay in the slipstream of that Ducati. But look at it go. Look at it go. It is just bike lengths on bike lengths that is pulling out down the main straight. Dan won't mind that, though. He's well used to that. He'll have a look up the inside again as they come into turn 2. He's going to have a run around the outside and try and make it stick. He's going to have a big look at it. He's not going to get it done, and a little flick of the tail as he gets hard on the gas. Heath Boddicker having a good run through Link Kink this time, but it looks like Dan's lining him up again for another look. He's not close enough. He's got to get a couple more bike lengths closer to make that pass stick into turn 4, the Euromark hairpin. But he is close enough this time to have a big look through into the right-hander, into that lunge into Fulton Hogan turn 6. Is he going to have a look? He's certainly checking it out. He's having a look around the outside. Now all it takes is Heath to squeeze him again like he's done there, and Heath's managed to cut his nose off. So where can he have a look this time? Is he going to have a look in the entrance to turn 9, or is he going to have a look at turn 10? He's close enough to have a look at turn 9, but he's gone to the outside because Heath's gone defensive. And that's a good move from Heath Boddicker. But look at that, riding around over the top of Heath Boddicker, we have Dan Jenkins, and that's a brilliant move from Dan. Now, Dan knows that he's coming up to the last lap. He's really got to keep the pace on here, ladies and gentlemen. Heath Boddicker's fallen back a couple of bike lengths and may well fall into the grip of Angus Finn if he's not careful. So here we go, coming up to the white flag lap. And it's Dan Jenkins by 3 or 4 bike lengths. I wonder whether Heath Boddicker's got the horsepower this time to catch him. Dan's got a really broad run out of there. Heath's going to have to work really, really hard if he wants to catch up to Dan this time. He's got the horsepower, but is he going to have the move? He's looking to the inside. He's not going to be able to make the move. This gives Dan a massive advantage because he has a clear track right through the infield. Unless Heath Boddicker can make a magic move somewhere into Pothole or the hairpin, I'd suggest that Dan Jenkins has just about got this one covered through a beautiful strategy. Absolutely fantastic, and a great ride from Angus Finn in 3rd place. And look at that. Fastest lap of the race by Dan Jenkins, a 1:36.261 in the last lap, and that's how come he managed to get past Heath Boddicker, because Heath did a 1:37, so 0.8 of a second faster from Dan Jenkins, and that's where that gap's come from. So here we go. Heath's going to do everything he can now to stay right with Dan, because he does have massive amounts of horsepower. If he can get right on his tail, he can draft him and pass him before the checkered flag. But he's got to get closer than that. He's not going to do it from there. Heath needs to put a really clean run through these last 3 corners to close up if he's got to have any chance. And it looks like he's flagging it. He's had a quick glance behind him and he can see that he's got plenty of room. He's going to make last lap lunge, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. And Dan Jenkins has the gap. Has he got enough, though? Little wheelie from Dan. He thinks he's got it one. And he has one and done for Dan Jenkins. And again, fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.88, followed by a 1:36.24 from Heath Boddicker. So Heath certainly upped his pace in that last race. Angus Finn, a 1:37.3. And Garth Wilson, a 1:39.5, with John Lowther behind in fifth place, 1:39.4. So in Formula 2, we would have Dan Jenkins, followed by Angus Finn, followed by Garth Wilson. In Formula 1, we would have Heath Boddicker, followed by Gary Graham and Patrick Jones. Great racing, everyone. Good to watch those superbikes going hard out. It's a shame the numbers are down, but superbike's extremely expensive to run. Using up a tyre a meeting in the rear. And that's if you're being extremely conservative. Come National Championship Series time, the superbikes will be going through a tyre for qualifying, a tyre for free practice, and a tyre for each of the races. 2 tyres for each of the races, in fact. So up next we have 300 Supersport. 300 Supersport, great class. So in 300 Supersport we will have Josh Hook from Christchurch, New Brighton. Josh is age 42, riding a KTM 390. He raced in the late teens doing Formula 3s, and he's come back to have a bit of another go. Bike number 82, the orange and black bike. Not the white and orange bike of Dan Jenkins. Who else have we got out there? Lots of bikes in Formula 3. So Sam Hawkins will be riding in Formula 3. It's on a super motard. Sam's come all the way from Westport. Congratulations, Sam. Good to see you here, mate. So Sam Hawkins started out as a child watching family and friends racing dirt bikes and motorbikes, and a few years ago they went and watched the Grandma Street races and the supermotos, and he said, heck yeah, we want to do that. And there he is, he's out there doing it. Good on you, Sam Hawkins. Harriet Grace, of course, we've spoken about Harriet today. Helicraft Racing, Joe's Garage, Bartercard, night and day, with her own personal sponsors, Ethos Homes and Casbolt's Motorcycles. I've been super impressed watching Harriet come along with her riding over the last 18 months. She's come a heck of a long way. Other riders in that class. Oliver Wright, Wright Golf, Yamaha R3. Sponsored by Wright Golf, Nelson Selections, Proactive Chiropractic Care and Bunkerball. Charlie Newham, also on 300 Supersport. Charlie's mum helps him out. Good on you, Charlie's mum, for helping Charlie with financial support. Diego Petrucci. Diego's one to watch out for. He is a gun. Very enthusiastic. Loves this racing. There he is heading out on number 75. Easy to spot with his bright fluoro and black helmet. Diego teaches cornering sessions here in Christchurch. If you want to learn how to get your knee down in a few easy sessions, have a chat to that man. Now, we heard Dennis Charlotte say that Diego can sometimes have the odd heavy crash, and that is true. To be fair, Diego tries his best and pushes on every lap. He looks for improvements in every corner, every lap, every session. So while he can on occasion have a get-off, he is certainly a talented rider who is working hard on improving his racecraft. And I certainly applaud him for that. Peter Fish, Yamaha R3. We've seen Peter out in Supersport and Formula 3. So Peter's done a lot of riding today. He's getting good value for money. Maya Wilcox on the MTO3, also racing in 300 Supersport and Formula 3. Sponsored by Helicraft Racing, Bartercard, White's Power Sports, Joe's Garage, and Night and Day. Another protege from the Rod Price stable. Carr and Self, of course, from the Self family, well-known races through both dirt and road, with Blair and Brad both participating. Good to see Carlin here on her Honda R3. Interesting. Supported by Still Shop Oamaru and Oamaru Honda. Carlin's doing both the King of Canterbury and the Southern Race Series. Cameron James Cunn, whatever your last name is, Cameron James. Good on you for coming out on your Ninja 300 and racing Formula 3. Supported by Melrose Wheelchairs, Ventec, Autobend and Pierce Motorcycles. Lucas Scott as well out there on a Yamaha R3. Sponsored by me, myself and I. Good on you, Lucas. So here we go, ready for a start. Hunter Charlotte, good start there. Jethro Bowman and Will Furness in third place. Oliver Rideoff in fourth and Diego Petrucci up to fifth, so a good start from Diego. Let's see if he can tuck in and follow the group. There we go, great start from Hunter Charlotte. Leading the way ahead of Jethro Bowman and Will Furness, Oliver Wright. Diego Petrucci, Harriet Grace. Christopher, I don't know your last name still because no one's brought up your name, mate. Look at that. Turn 4, a comfortable lead already for Hunter Charlotte. Hunter's trying out Bridgestone tyres for the first time this weekend, and him and Dad Dennis have put a fair old amount of effort into getting that bike working for Hunter. It's always a big ask when a young man with not a huge amount of experience is asked to change brand away from a tyre he's become very comfortable with in his racing career. This has come about because of Bridgestone sponsoring the New Zealand Superbike Series, which kicks off in January, and of course Hunter looking to dominate his class. So as the Bridgestone's the control tyre, he might as well be practicing on them now, and that's a very good move from Hunter. So Jethro Bowman in second place, followed by Will Furness from Nelson Motorcycles in third, Oliver Wright in fourth, Diego Petrucci in fifth, Harriet Grace in sixth. I did notice a lot of camaraderie between the 300 Supersport riders as they rolled out onto the dummy grid. A couple of guys giving each other fist pumps and a couple of high fives being thrown around. Obviously, a lot of mutual respect amongst the riders in this class. There's Hunter Charlotte crossing the line. Followed by Jethro Bowman, Will Furness. So Hunter Charlotte with a 148. Jethro with a 149, Will Furness with a 150, Harriet Grace with a 150, and Diego Petrucci also with a 150. So that group, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, even eighth and ninth. Any one of those still has a grab for position 3. Looks like Position 1 and 2 are almost settled with Hunter Charlotte and Jethro Bowman. But it looks like there's going to be a dive change for third, and there is. That looks like Harriet Grace going up into third, pinching a place off Will Furness. So Will push back to fourth. Let's see if Diego can make his way through as well. Hasn't been able to make the move yet, and in fact Diego's getting under pressure himself. Harriet Grace looks like she's broken away from Will Furness. Will's doing everything he can to defend against Diego Petrucci, Lucas Scott and Oliver Wright, who are right there with him. So there we go, Hunter Charlotte, followed by Jethro Bowman, Harriet Grace, Will Furness, Diego Petrucci, Lucas Scott, Oliver Wright, Josh Hook, Christopher, Brendan Booth, Oliver Ward, Gareth Wilson. Oh, there we have Maya Wilcox putting in her best time for this race with a 1:49. Garth Wilson, a good lap time, 1:47. Kieran Kelly, a 1:49. Regan William, a 1:50.6. And Ari Cowie, a 1:50.6 also. And that's a good time from Ari. Ari's a have-a-go rider who's stepped up into 300 Supersport recently. So good work, Ari. Keep pushing on, mate. Hunter Charlotte, a 1:44. And Jethro Bowman, a 1:44 as well. But Hunter on a 1:44.4 and Jethro on a 1:44.9. So Hunter just stretching that lead a little bit, making himself feel comfortable. I'm sure he's starting to get a bit of feel going on with those Bridgestones. And it looks like Wendy's got the white flag at the ready. So just waiting on Hunter Charlotte to make his way through the dipper. Jethro Bowman also making his way through the dipper, and Harriet Grace as well. Good battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That'll go all the way to the wire. And at the moment it looks like perhaps Will Furness holding off Diego Petrucci, but only just. In fact, it's Will Furness holding off Lucas Scott from Diego Petrucci. Looks like Lucas has got through. And a big look up the inside into turn 1 and 2. And perhaps that's Lucas Scott has pinched that place off Will Furness. Oh, Ari Cowie, a good lap there, 150. Car himself, a 150.5. Looks like it is still Will Furness ahead of Diego Petrucci for 4th. Lucas Scott having a dive around the outside of Diego. Everyone's having a look into the hairpin. Into the dipper, and it's a difficult place. And Will Furness runs a bit wide and clips the grass. I see the dust come up off the back wheel. That'll give Diego Petrucci a chance to stuff it up the inside. But Lucas Scott rolls round the outside of Diego Petrucci. Where did that move come from? And look at the run that Lucas Scott's got onto the straight. It's a fight. Here we go. It's on, it's on, it's on. And it is Lucas Scott by a fraction of a wheel ahead of Diego Petrucci. And I mean a fraction of a wheel. There was nothing in that. Will Furness managed to hold on to 4th place. So Hunter Charlotte ahead of Jethro Beaumont. Harriet Grace, congratulations, Harriet, on your 3rd place. That's amazing. Good riding. Harriet from the Hallicraft Racing stable. Congratulations, Rod Price, on the podium there from Harriet Grace. So Will Furness in 4th, Lucas Scott 5th, Diego Petrucci in 6th. Oliver Wright in 7th, Josh Hook 8th, Christopher in 9th, Brendan Booth 10th, Ollie Ward 11th, Garth Wilson 12th, Regan Williams in 13th. Ari Cowie up to 16th. That's good effort from Ari. Maya Wilcox in 15th. That's a great effort there from Maya on the MTO3 Rod Price supported Hallicraft racing bike. And here we go, everyone lining up for the last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the 250 production and 150 super sport. So these guys and girls are keen to get out there. We do have a time limit on this circuit, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not allowed to go past. So as long as we can get this race started promptly, we'll be fine. So here we go in the 250 production and Super Sport 150. Bike number 38, ridden by the 13-year-old Deegan Nolan from Hokitika. We also have Jack Nimmo on a R15. Jack's all the way from Cromwell, sponsored by Central RV, Boat Repairs Cromwell, Devrotech and Race Supplies. So Rod Price from Hallicraft and Seth Devro were instrumental in getting this young fella into racing. So they got him on a KO 150 Mini GP and he was hooked from then on. Also Doug Ryder, his stepdad from NZ Composite Tech, who helped him get into racing. Good on you, Doug. That's awesome, mate. Love seeing people helping their kids get into racing. Nice that the children acknowledge the effort that their parents put in as well. Ryder Chamberlain, age 14, Yamaha R15 150cc, racing in 150 Supersport and training. Riders from Christchurch, sponsored by Chamberlain Suspension and Dad's Bank Account. Good on you, Ryder. Good on your dad. Sorry about your bank account. So I know we've got a couple more names from 250 production. Let me just get in here. .250 production. Ben Gailey on a Ninja 250 from Christchurch. Sorry if I've pronounced your name wrong all day, Ben. Do feel free to come and have a chat to me and teach me the correct, there we go, the correct pronunciation of your name. The old tongue gets a bit tired as the day goes on. Carl Waho on a Kawasaki Ninja 250. Carl's also been racing in Formula One occasionally on a GSXR 750K8. So he's sponsored by Boiling Point and RJP TV. Noah Gorey on a Ninja 250 production. Self-funded. And he's converted from Have a Go days. And he's looking forward to racing at the NZSBK. Good on you, Noah. Well done. Sam Eagle, FXR 150. Nice to see you all the way from Hokitika, Sam. Good on you for competing in the SV650 with the SV650 as well as your FXR. So here we go, lining up on the inside, bike number 16. As always, bike number 16, Dan Jenkins, lock and code. Bike number 17, Alex McElwain, looking to take the fight to Dan. Let's see if he can beat him again. Dennis Charlotte on the outside. Oh, and a good start from Dennis. Looks like he's cut to the inside. That's taken the line away from Dan Jenkins. Alex McElwain's got a good launch though. Now, of course, Alex is racing in a different class from Dan and Dennis, but he still wants to take the overall win. He won't mind too much if Dennis and Dan get past him though, because they're racing in a separate class. They are racing in the 150 class. So we're talking about 150 modifieds versus 250 production bikes. The 250 production jumps out of the corner a bit harder, but in terms of top speed, there'd be virtually nothing in it. And that is Dan Jenkins moved up to second place ahead of Dennis Charlotte. I imagine Dennis is trying to get to grips with those Bridgestone tyres being a massive change from what he is used to after decades of racing on Pirellis. But good to see him making the switch early and getting his head around them. As Dennis alluded to when he was up here talking, there's a big change to be made from one tyre brand to another. And it is going to take, it is going to take people a bit of time to get used to the differences in setup from their current brand to Bridgestones if they are planning on running in the NZSBK. Of course, there's plenty of people who don't race in the NZSBK who will be able to continue on using their own tyres. And those people may well have an advantage in the domestic series that isn't related to NZSBK. Things like the Suzuki series held up in the North Island, the Southern series held down here in the South Island. Neither of those series run control tyres and you are open. Of course, there are plenty of other tyre choices in those series as well as Bridgestone. Of course, you've got the Pirellis, Michelins, Metzeler's and the Dunlops. Of course, Dunlop's the control tyre for Supersport 300 in Australia. Good battle going on at the front there. And it looks like Dan Jenkins has closed the gap on Alex McElwain and dropped Dennis Charlotte a little bit. I think Dennis won't be too concerned about that at this stage. Oh, look at that move from Dan. Underneath on the brakes into the Euromark hairpin. That's a very beautiful and clean move, but he managed to duff up the exit somewhat fierce, and that's let Alex McElwain back through. And with 3 laps to go, Dan's going to have to make that pass all over again. Alex isn't going to give it to him easy, that's for sure. So bringing up the rear, we have Noah Gorey. But Noah, good to see you out there doing it, mate, and thank you for making the effort to come along. You will only improve as you continue riding, mate. So congratulations. Noah's only been at this for a couple of seasons, and 250, 150 racing, do not be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. This is a competitive class. We're talking about multiple New Zealand Superbike champion Dennis Charlotte being locked back in 3rd place. So there we have it, Dan Jenkins making the big wide run around the sweeper. Now, who's got the legs? Who's got the legs to the finish line? And it is Alex McElwain who has the legs out of the final turn. So Dan Jenkins is going to have to be leading by at least 4 bike lengths as they come off the final turn to prevent Alex McElwain from drafting him to the finish line. So we've got a couple of laps to go. Let's see what moves Dan makes. He's had a look around the outside there, and he's not managed to make that stick. But he's going to have a really big look here. And this is where Dan's at his best, under the brakes into turn 4. Look, absolutely amazing. Just 3 bike lengths gained in that one manoeuvre. And yet, the pass is made back through turn Fulton Hogan by Alex McElwain. They're dicing as they come into Nana's. It's Alex McElwain by half a bike length. But watch for Dan Jenkins. Dan's the master on the brakes. He'll make a lunge anywhere he thinks he's got half an effort of getting through. Certainly not shy about putting a bike on the spot. But Alex is looking good. He's holding nice lines. Nice defensive blocking lines as well. Not letting... now, run wide, Alex. Oh, no, he's managed... Oh, that's a brave ride, Alex McElwain. Round the outside on the dipper. I thought for all money that Dan Jenkins had made that pass and made it cleanly, but Alex McElwain offline, brave enough to open the throttle and get that gap back. And here he comes across the start-finish line for the white flag lap, and he's got a bit of a gap there. He's going to have to work hard, though, to keep Dan Jenkins off his back wheel. Dan Jenkins will look to make a pass anywhere he can now. He knows that Alex has got the legs on him. He has to have 3 bike lengths as he comes out of the final sweeper. He's having a really good look. It looks like he's lining him up for a big run down into the hairpin, and if he can get the pass made before the entrance to the hairpin, he may well have a chance of pulling a breakaway. And here he goes. He's having a look. Coming down into Euromark hairpin. It's side by side. It's Dan Jenkins, and he has managed to get it done, and he has managed to get it stopped. He's managed to hold a beautiful tight line, and this time Alex McElwain's going to have to really stuff it up the inside going into turn 6 Fulton Hogan, and he is having a look, and he is making the move. Dan Jenkins rolls over the top of him around the outside. What a fantastic and courageous move from Dan Jenkins as they roll round through the left-hander into the entrance of Nana's. It's Dan Jenkins by a bike length. Alex McElwain's going to have to use the extra horsepower of that little 250 as they come off the sweeper and down the straight. He's going to have to look at a move through the chute into the right-hander. He's not close enough. Not close enough by 2 bike lengths. Does he have a move up his back pocket? We're coming up to the checkered flag lap, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are on the final lap, and it is Dan Jenkins ahead of Alex McElwain. And Dan looks like he's done enough. Alex made a mistake into the second part of the left, and he's run wide and off the track, and that is enough for Dan Jenkins to pull those 5 or 6 bike lengths that he needs. Alex McElwain wasn't giving up without a fight, though. Gave it everything he could through the dipper to try and pull back the gap, but just ran a little bit wide, touched the grass, spun the bike up, and that was the end of his challenge. So congratulations. That is a fantastic ride from Dan Jenkins on the Lock and Code bike, followed by Alex McElwain, with 3rd place going to Dennis Charlotte on the Moto Mechanics Lock and Code supported bike. Looks like Carl Wahoo coming through in 4th place. Great ride from Carl. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see. I think it is. No, that looks like Diego Petrucci. No, it says Carl Wahoo. Josh Sokolov, Angela Charlotte, Dave Phillips, Ryder Chamberlain, Ernie Luddick. What happened to Diego? Interesting. So there we go, Dan Jenkins with a clear win. Fastest lap of 1:52. 2:93 by Dan Jenkins. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the wrap for the racing for today. Riders, please remember to pick up your licences. Also, please remember to thank the officials as you walk past them. Without the stewards, without the grid marshals, the flag marshals, the starter, the timing people, and all of their assistance, this event would not be able to be run. So riders, please make sure you thank the officials on your way out. Thank you very much for everyone who's enjoyed the day. Thank you for watching. My name's Ian Templeton and I've been your commentator for the day.